Square?
I think I'm square.
Right on.
Hello and welcome to Solve4y with Noah Hellcake. I'm your guest, Walt Disney.
We need to have everybody do the intro that way. So,
They have to speak Bolshevik.
yeah.
It's a big difference. Yeah.
So, Drew kind of cock-blocked us on the smelling salts, huh? You already got exposed, eh?
Oh, yeah. I wiped those guys out.
Well, I'm glad that you're thrilled to at least attempt them again. I'm going to let you go first.
We're going to start off the show with smelling salts. I thought you said these were smelling salts.
Yeah, take that bottle out of there.
Oh, take the bottle out.
Yeah.
We didn't have to do that on the duck line.
Yeah, when you get them
Maybe
fresh,
we
you
did.
definitely don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're monstrous.
They're definitely different. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Handled it like a champ. All right, let me get in there. Might need to re-up. Or just have Drew back on.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yes.
Those guys whined like babies. They almost vomited. It was so funny.
The guys
In a
the
duck
blind?
blind. In the duck blind.
Where did you guys go?
So we hunted with State Line Adventures or State Line Outdoors. I forget who it was. Guys were great. And we were up north. You know where the Mormon Temple is?
The Mormon Temple up north. Give me some cross streets.
So do you know where the police academy is up north?
That's all the way on Shoal Creek, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we were like, I think 5 or 6 miles north of there.
Oh, well, at least it was relatively close.
Just on the east side of the 435 loop. Yeah, exactly.
How long ago? That must have been pretty recent. Cause
It was. I've already eaten the meat, but yeah. I made goose breast tacos.
I wish you would have brought some.
I wish I would have too.
I don't know why that meat sounds so offensive to me, but I'm kind of in this mode where I'm willing to finally try.
Yeah, well, you should. You know, meat, I've gotten into hunting much more, and I have some friends who are just so accommodating. And it's really about the relationships and the friendships. It's like when we went duck hunting, right? So there's at least one guy I've already started to consistently text with. So you create these friendships and these allegiances. And a couple guys I already knew before, Drew being one of them, Figlo. What's the name of his organization? I always forget.
The Headquarters Foundation.
The Headquarters Foundation. So we should give him some prompts. Maybe find that up on the website because Drew's doing good work. We'll get into this later, but all healing takes place in relationship. All healing takes place in relationship. And for masculine energied human beings, we create relationships side by side by our work, right? I'll hold it, you nail it kind of thing. Makes sense?
Makes sense.
So you're sitting in a duck blind. There's some of the funniest things that come up in conversation in the duck blind. So in hunting, what I like to do is I want to see the quarry turned into food because that's what it was meant for. It is one of the most humane ends to the life of an animal. If you do it humanely, they expire more quickly than they would any other way by disease or predator. And when you harvest that for nutrition, and in my belief, to do the good works life is asking you to do, I think that's a noble thing. And so I really appreciate turning that into good food. So there's a couple different things that I like doing, and it's usually slower preparation, but one is a smoker. I won't mention the name of my tea device, but the other is a sous vide. Are you familiar with a sous vide?
I am. I've never tried it, but every guy I know that does excellent steaks, that's their number one recommendation. That with like a reverse sear after.
Yes, absolutely. So I took some venison backstrap and cut it tangentially, or not tangentially, but cross section. So I created little fillets, wrapped them in bacon, seasoned them a little bit, stuck them in the sous vide. So you bring them up to 135 degrees. I like to do everything rare because I hold on to so much of it. And then when I nuke it, it's not super, dry and overdone, and wrap it in bacon, stick it in there for like 3 hours with a little bit of salt and pepper, bring it out, super hot, sear it on both sides. It is incredible. Incredible. So the duck meat, the duck breast came out really good.
Yeah.
We made tacos.
Is the bacon wild as well?
I tried to get it as natural as possible. I've inherited some that has some marketing material on it, so it's probably production stuff. It's honestly, if you look into that, it's very hard to get purely natural food. And the reason is that all of our pesticides and GMOs are so widespread. You have to get almost, don't quote me on this, because I'm quoting somebody smarter than me, but I'm not smart enough to remember exactly. So you have to get, I think it's a 10-mile radius from the grow plot to actually be unaffected by all the chemicals and GMOs and that exist right now. And that would be hard to do, even in a land-rich area like the Midwest here.
Yeah. 10 miles.
Yeah.
My God.
It's amazing. Something to that effect. It's bigger than, it's not like, oh, you just got to get across the country road. It's not that at all, because the wind, rain, wash, all kinds of stuff. Tornadoes can throw a trailer 10 miles. Why can't it throw some GMOs, right?
Oh, it definitely can.
Right.
You said that you just got into hunting. So is that more recent?
Yes, I think so. The first time I did a hunt, it was with a veteran organization, Life and Liberty Outdoors, out of Abilene, Texas. And we went to a high fence ranch. And I had not been on a gun. So I want to say that was 2018. I had not been on a gun for almost 20 years. One of the funniest stories, my buddy who invited me on that goes, hey, we're going to go. It's Texas, right? And we're going to go sit in the blind, and there's a corn fed, and it's all high fence, and this little thing comes along. Well, I have the weapon set up, and I'm like, I haven't been on a gun for so long. I'm going to practice my sequence, right? And it was a Remington 700, and I was sure I had it on safe. And I'm practicing. This little, deer comes out. It's an African deer. Cute little spotted thing comes out, and I'm like, breathe, relax, aim, sight, squeeze, and it goes off, and my eyes get big as saucers. And the guy next to me, Mike Burns, great combat vet, great dude. He just starts laughing. Part of it is, you know what Texans call water?
No,
Curse light. So that's our hydration out there. I don't usually. At the time, I didn't drink, and I certainly didn't like that beer. I like more flavorful beer. Anyway, so he just starts laughing. He ends up rolling on the floor. I'm like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. An AD in the military, especially special operations, ND, negligent discharge is what they call it now, to make it even worse, right? And it goes off, and my eyes are like, oh crap, man, I just screwed up big. And he's rolling on the floor and texting these guys, no, we didn't get anything. Story to follow, right? Oh. So we're back at the camp later telling this story, and everybody's checking up because, here's this SEAL team guy who was a sniper and instructor, and he just had a negligent discharge. But I did quarry a game out of that one, so...
Yeah, but you also created probably one of the most hysterical moments for all of your buddies.
Totally. He was laughing for like 10 minutes straight. He goes, the look on your face. It was fantastic. And that's what it is about. It's about those two things, relationships, right? And the quarry to bring sustenance to the body. That's what I'm there for. And I do have some taxidermy, and it does not represent a prideful thing like, look what I destroyed and killed. I am the king of all of Seville. It was about, I remember that trip. I remember the stories. I remember the relationships. That's what it's about, right? If you ask me to tell stories like from the SEAL teams, they're going to be humorous stories. They're going to be stories where the craziest stuff happens, right? Not gross, bad stuff. Yeah. So we got off on that vein.
Yeah, I was going to ask real quick, though. So did you hunt at all as a kid or growing up?
I did not. I grew up on the mean streets of Brookside.
On the mean streets of If you aren't from this area, you certainly know those two things do not go hand in hand. Although kind of, depending on how far you stray.
Yeah, those are diametrically opposed. So when I grew up in the 70s in Brookside, it was a typical middle class, but it was right on the cusp. You go a little further east by about a mile, and it was literally the segregation line, truest. You go west a mile, and you got state line. In between Brookside and State Line was some of the wealthiest houses in the city proper. But it's kind of funny, you talk about the mean streets, and I'll tell you this. A lot of times the injurious stuff happens inside doors, right? Not on the streets per se. But I grew up on the mean streets of Brookside here in Kansas City, so I didn't hunt much. My grandmother lived down in Nevada, so when I would go down there, one of my favorite things to do, two things. One was get a BB gun and eventually a bolt-action 22 and just shoot. I would just, and there is a zen about shooting. It's very mindful, very meditative, and we'll hopefully get into that as we talk. And I would go out in her, she had 3 acres, so I would go out there and shoot toward the woods with my BB gun at Coke cans. Not that I have anything against Coke. And I would come in this placid, calm, clear young human. It was the most therapeutic thing for me. I was one of those, what they call energetic kids, that now they would put on stimulants.
Yeah.
Right? And lock them away in a 72-degree prison, making them ingest and regurgitate. I have a little issue of the educational system right now. We'll talk more about that, sure.
I'd love to segue into what I think is a overdiagnosis issue of ADHD and a way over treatment issue with amphetamines. But before I forget, one thing that I'm still in contention with that I haven't experienced firsthand is you talked about relationships with the people that you hunt with. Mm-hmm. But everything I hear, I'm a big JRE fanboy, but they talk about the relationship with the animal and the meat. Was that pretty divine when you first started killing and then being able to eat your own meat?
So, this is my experience. I hold to a metaphysical belief that most people would call Christianity. And I believe all things were created and are beautiful, and they're a gift. And whenever I quarry an animal, I give thanks. I honor the life given for my life. And so I intentionally try to stop and be mindful of that. The other thing, and we'll hopefully get into this as well, is that there's a belief from antiquity that when two people share the meat from an animal, they're metaphysically connected. Okay? There's something supernatural about breaking bread, about sharing meat with somebody, right? We eat from the same roast of a lamb or a venison. There's a connection. And so I try to focus on that. As a matter of fact, in our program, Shield Bearers Group, I often make jerky out of my, got a friend that gave me an incredible recipe, and I do smoke it instead of dry it. And so at the end, I've got other friends that give us jerky too. And so at the end of our groups, we've started this tradition. And there's a quote from a movie called Magnificent Seven. It's the remake. Have you seen it?
I have not.
Oh, God. Great movie.
Have you? Yeah.
What'd you think?
Good. Tarantino.
No.
No?
Tarantino didn't make the Magnificent Seven. That's Hateful Eight. That's very different. Everybody dies a bloody death in Hateful Eight.
Yeah.
My kids go, wow, that was a really artistic movie. And I watch it with my wife, and it's bloody hell. And my wife's like, we text our kids. We're like, we just watched this. And they were like, you did? We didn't mean for you to watch it. And we were just like, it's artistic. I'm like, yeah, bloody artistic, man. It's like everybody died. Doesn't everybody die in that?
I think so. And then one guy makes it. I can't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'm over 29, so my memory doesn't work as it used to. Plus, my RAM is quite full.
Don't tell me that. Make the memory loss start at like 35.
You know what? Honestly, the less cardiovascular fit I am, my memory is affected by that. So it's definitely connected to cardiovascular fitness. So anyway, in the movie Magnificent Seven, there's this character played by Vincent D'Onofrio. That's the actor's name. And his name's John Horn. And right before the showdown's coming, it's the night before, and he's sitting there with everybody, and he says, and he has this funny voice. I may be able to emulate it a little bit, but it's kind of high and kind of for this big bear of a man. But he's sitting there, and he goes, you know, to be in the service of good people that I respect, like you. Excuse me, I'd misquoted that. To be in service of good people with people that I respect, like you, a man can't ask for anything more. And it's a very, very deep and honoring, right? It is a warrior ethos to it, right? You work with the guys at the firehouse, and it's like, this is a good crew. To be with this crew, saving lives, doing what we're doing, being the shield between life and death, good and evil, right, as first responders, firefighters, medic, frontline medical personnel, even veterans, right? That is a high calling, right?
Absolutely. I totally agree. Even when there is some hatred among the crew, it seems like that all shuts off once you get the call, whether it's the biggest bullshit or the most serious thing possible.
Right.
There's a unique, like compensatory, I don't know, like you just seem to cut out everything else on the call, and everybody understands, like, we'll bicker and bitch when we get back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
But right now we're going to pretend that we're professionals, and we're not pretending, we are. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct.
So there is an accelerator to bonding in life-threatening situations. When you go into a life-threatening situation with somebody, especially over and over and over, the demand for trust elevates. So the building of trust accelerates. Follow that?
I'm following.
There's a way more on the line, so way more trust gets built.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy's got my back. Make sense?
Yeah, but what about, how do you factor in then that it's not really an option? Like, that's not a cognizant thought that's going through your head.
But it still has an effect.
I definitely agree, but it's forceful is a poor word, but it's almost forceful. You have no other choice than to trust that these other people are going to do their jobs. You learn very early that you're not going to be able to do it all. And if you think you're one of those people that's going to do every skill on the scene, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, no. So it gets accelerated. It's obligatory. You have to. You're forced into it. But the same thing in combat. Same thing in law enforcement. Same thing in the emergency department, which is why we focus on that demographic that I call shield bearers, right? So veteran, law enforcement, fire, medic, and frontline medical personnel, MDs and RNs. And just a little alert out there: if you're in any of those callings, just assume there's a problem and start working on it, because it's there. It's there because you've been doing this good work. And the metaphor that we always use is pushing a wheelbarrow through life, and other people put their BS in your wheelbarrow, try to convince you it's yours. And it's your responsibility to get your hands in there and turn it into fertilizer for growth. That's post-traumatic growth. Okay. When the trauma turns into wisdom, that's when healing has taken place. Follow? Agree?
Tracking.
Yeah. So, in all those situations, like firefighters, they face in a 25-year career over 400 critical incidents. Okay, this is like life-threatening things right before your eyes, okay? When you look at the same duration for law enforcement, it's about $650 roughly. Okay. The other thing is you and law enforcement. I'm speaking to two firefighters right now. You medic too?
We're both medics.
You're both medics.
Don't tell anybody, though.
Except I understand that, man. It's like drive by the accident, put blinders, don't let anybody see. No Star of Life on your car, right?
Yeah.
So I did a paramedic internship up in L.A. And did some work down in San Diego, just rides down there when I was in the military. So I didn't get a lot of experience. But point is that if you're a shield bearer, you're getting a lot of BS put in your wheelbarrow. And it's not your fault that all this stuff comes into play, and we'll be talking about that. Big tip is if you're angry, if you abuse substances, if you isolate because you just don't want to be irritated by humanity, and if there's suicidality, there's a problem. That's kind of the tip of the iceberg. That's a breakdown of it, right? And you know people that that have experienced that, and you've talked with them and worked through them with it, yeah?
Yeah. Well, and I'm glad that you almost rerouted back to this because I had a hospice nurse in here yesterday, and I almost had to catch myself.
God, they are angels, man.
That's what I was trying to explain, but she is one of those people that is constantly going above and beyond, way outside of the scope of her job. And I kept finding myself almost preaching, like, hey, you're going to have to refill your cup. You're going to have to refill your cup. And I realized, like, who the fuck am I to tell her that? But also, it sucks because I know that that's eventually going to catch up to her, especially with how much extra she's doing. And you were talking to the wisdom. At what point do you have a duty to intervene? As you were just saying that you help talk and you might see somebody and help them work through that. It's kind of hard when you're getting healthy to know when it's your time to begin to implement your skills and what you've learned to maybe be an interventionist to somebody else.
And so what's the question in there?
I guess the question would be, what point are you doing a duty and what point are you doing a disservice? When you do identify that someone's future is probably going to crumble to some degree, and that if you could explain to them the things that you know currently or acutely, but at what point are you just preaching? You know, you don't want to beat a dead horse. Do you find like with a lot of your patients that, you know, maybe 2 weeks in, they're gung-ho and now they want to help their families or their brothers and their sisters?
No, never. 2 weeks into my master's program, I could solve everybody's problem, right? So number one, it's dynamic, okay? Number two is I tell all my clients I can't shit for you. I'm a recovering cussaholic, but sometimes the appropriate words are the appropriate words. So you can't want for somebody. You can be curious. I find that asking questions are the best way to make statements. Like, hey, Diane, do you ever get burned out? Do you ever feel like I don't want to see people anymore? Do you ever get in so much pain that you want it all to just stop? I asked 3 questions. What am I saying in each of those?
Yeah, you might be identifying symptomology, but I guess just to redirect again, you've been through the exact path as you see somebody, let's say it's a brand new firefighter, and they're like, I love the ambulance. I'm never going to get sick of this. And instead of beating them up, oh, just wait. Is there something that you could tell them to get them to realize that they need to take it seriously? Or does everybody just have to go down their path?
So there's a saying that hunger is the best sauce. At some point, they've got to have the hunger for something other than what they're experiencing. As I said earlier, all healing takes place in relationships. If I walk in and tell somebody what to do, is that helpful?
Generally, no.
No, right?
No.
Don't tell me who you are. You haven't even listened to my story. Who are you to tell me what to do? So there's a great maxim, which is seek to understand, then be understood. As I said, all healing takes place in relationships. If you can walk with that rookie, right, and help them avoid some of the pitfalls so it doesn't build up in them. Maybe share your stories. Metaphors are fantastic, incredible way of sharing a message. And in so doing, what you're doing is you're holding it out here, right? It's out here. I'm not pointing at you. I'm holding it out here for you to consider. That respects the person's autonomy and volition. And when you do that, they feel respected and empowered. They don't feel power over by you or power under from you. And so, yeah, one of the best ways to make a statement is to ask a question. And that's why in therapy, asking questions. So sometimes there's a nuance in the definition between a therapist and a counselor. A therapist will ask questions, and a counselor will give directives. It's not an absolute. But to be a good human and a good friend is to ask a lot of questions. So there's an acronym in relationships, and it's CARE, C-A-R-E, and it's being curious, available, responsive, and empathetic. Now, if we apply that to the scenario you talked about, you got a new firefighter paramedic and loves the ambulance, right? Being around them and curious about them, available for them, responsive to their needs, and empathetic, then that builds relational equity, and that's when we can speak into people's lives.
So maintaining accessibility to the information and you maintaining a relationship with them, I guess, would be a good, maybe a small descriptive summary of what you just said.
Yeah, well, in our society, I've been exposed to a lot of this lately. In our society, I think we have too many people we're expected to have a relationship with, and then we have a relationship with nobody. It's all ends up being very superficial. This leads to podcasts, and I'll tell you about it in a second. And then we can't really know people, and we can't love their needs. In other words, be there and empathize, available, responsive for their needs. Follow that? So the theory that's been going on is people say that we used to run in like tribes of cohorts about 120, 150. It's about all the number of people that you can really know and work along with. It's a little community or tribe. So I lost my point that I was going to come back to. I had my finger out, but I forgot it. But we have, I found it. We have too many. Part of the reason, if you look at podcasts, when did they blow up? Really blow up?
Probably like 2015, maybe a little bit earlier even.
So I think their inception was growing there, but when 2020 hit, man, you look at numbers and I think that's when it really blew up, really exponentially accelerated vertically, because everybody was home and isolated. On a podcast, you're spending 90 minutes with somebody, 3 hours. I've watched a 7-hour podcast. It was one of the best I've ever seen. It was a guy named Pete Scobell, who's a SEAL team guy, on with Sean Ryan. And Pete, have you seen it?
I've probably seen clips. I love Sean Ryan.
There's times, but that, I feel like I know Pete Scobell. Now, there's a challenge there. Pete Scobell didn't spend 7 hours with me. So if Walt Disney calls and go, hey, teams and jet, la, 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 la. Sorry, that was a flashback to vernacular. I've had an experience with him he has not had with me. That's the pitfall there, right? That's why fans get a little creepy, right? Because they had, your music, and you're like, I've never seen you before in my life, right? So it's a pseudo relationship, but it is indeed still an experience of a human to a human. Follow that?
Yeah, I'm tracking.
Yeah. And so I think that's why people got so hungry. The other thing is it's very convenient. I've been listening to the same podcast for a day and a half because I just turn it on when I commute. I can listen to it when I want to, or when I'm just, checking around in the house and doing tasks, right? So that's why I think podcast, it's a pseudo relationship situation.
Yeah, you might be 100% right with the 2020, because a lot of what drove podcasts too was the separation of trust from mainstream media during that time with COVID.
Yeah.
And most everybody was seeking to outside sources to gain correct information during a time that was
insight.
Unprecedented.
Yeah, great insight. Yeah, I think you're right there. So that's why podcasts, and I rely on podcasts. I've learned so much that germane to my mission in life, not only as a professional, but personally. Huberman is one of my pinnacle. So I started out really light with Peterson, and then I needed a heavier fix, so I went to Huberman.
Yeah, I mean,
and now I'm addicted, man. I can't stop.
And again, I can't stress enough with Huberman, how often do you get to, I used to tell people this, and it sounds funny. I'm only 31, but I've been in EMS since 2013, and a lot of people hated their clinicals, hated them. And I told people, anytime a doctor wants to give you 20 to 30 minutes of their time, you better really take that as a gift.
Right.
And now you're talking about Andrew Huberman, who is donating 2, 3, 4 hours a couple times a week sometimes to donate his time to you. Go see your primary care doctor. Tell me if you see them for more than 5 minutes.
Right. I think I've probably spent 200 hours with Andrew Huberman.
I wish I spent
He doesn't know who Walt Disney is? I'm just joking.
I wish I spent more.
Oh.
He is very difficult to track and understand, especially if you're not already in the medical field. And even if you are, he just talks so many levels above most people.
There are times you have to take notes, stop, rewind, but that's the beauty of the podcast. You can do it. Hit left 3 times and you go back 60 seconds, right? And you go, what did he say? Oh, okay, I got it. You can't get that in a lecture. When I went to, I'm very proud of the fact that I went to KU for 2 years, and in 2 years racked up an impressive 12 credit hours of 0.85 GPA. You couldn't rewind the professors. That's why I failed. It wasn't my fault. It was them. It wasn't the bars. It was them.
That's 0.8 more than I have, sir. So.
Well, it's funny because we get to the fast kids and over-medicated. And I had a quick mind, but an active butt. And so I didn't do well in school. I actually loved math, and I loved diagramming English sentences. Did you ever do that?
No, weird fetish.
Well, that was 8th grade, so that would have been 1978, right?
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, they have a whole new math now, right?
They do have a whole new math now.
So,
I don't know anything about it, but I do know they have a whole new math.
Yeah. So one of our kids is a physician. And so by the time he was in 6th grade, he outgrew me. And I was fairly good at math, but not, he was Calc 2 at 12 years old or something like that. It's fantastic. But the most beautiful part about him is he's a caring human being. I've seen it with his patients. And you just don't get a lot of that in medicine these days because they don't have the time. He spends the time.
But you get it on the front end, and then they struggle on the back end. I think most people that go into medicine, and I feel safe to say that the majority start out very caregiving, going the extra mile. And this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday with the hospice nurse.
Yeah.
I've seen that story so many times intrinsically with myself. You get to this point where you don't realize what you need to do to take care of yourself. So that way you can always put your best foot forward.
Yeah. Well, that gets us right into a topic that is obviously near and dear to my heart, which is the health of our shield bearers, right? How do you know if you're healthy or not healthy? Like I said, addictions are a big one, and nobody talks about them. I'll make a public confession. I have lied to the VA about how many drinks I had this week, right? And when you take a look at it, you're like, oh, okay, I just lied about that. That is something I need to pay attention to. And so I, like you, have gone on an alcohol fast, and it's been very helpful. If anybody really wants to get motivated for alcohol cessation, watch Huberman's podcast on alcohol. I mean, it's poison, and it reaches every cell of our body. We're poison in our body. But what happens? It causes us to feel less tense and threatened, and that's really what it's all about. So addictions are big, isolation, anger, okay? Ultimately, suicidality. I mean, you came from Lee Summit, right? And what was it, 18 months ago? You had 2 retired captains.
I'm not Lee Summit. We're Kansas City.
Oh, thank you.
Cut that part out. No, I'm just kidding.
So a southeast suburb of Kansas City greater metro area is Lee Summit, and they had 2 retired captains commit suicide really quickly.
Yeah.
You know?
Within a couple days of each other, correct?
Exactly. It was horribly impactful. And to the person, so there's 3 levels of suicidality. There is the thought, gosh, I wish this pain would stop. If I were dead, I wouldn't be in pain. So we believe, okay? How could I do it? Okay. And then third is I'm going to do it. And this actually is kind of interesting. Have you ever dealt with hypothermia?
Like personally?
Studied it even?
A little bit.
Okay, so when a person gets so low in their core temperature, they actually start feeling warm and taking off their clothes.
Yeah.
In this frigid environment. So when somebody decides...
What are you talking, hypothermia?
Hypothermia.
Okay.
Yeah, hypothermia. So when somebody decides, I'm going to choose suicide, they start to gain a peace. And they start to go, okay, I'm just going to give this away because I don't need this, I don't want it. And they gain a peace, whether that's short or long between the time of decision and execution. So the point is, so many people have had the thought. Okay, so last summer, I had my 8th attack of kidney stones. And they were not moving. And for 5 days, I gained 12 pounds of feces and fluid. I felt like a pregnant person in trimester. Not that I've ever been there. Forgive me for degrading that if I have. But I was in such discomfort and pain from constipation. I had not had a bowel movement for 5 days. I'm like, God, I understand what chronic pain sufferers, why they would consider death being a relief, because it was very, very real to me. And then, as we do, we kind of shake our heads and go, okay, I'm waking up now, right? We take smelling salts. Okay, none of that. Keep smelling salts around.
May I clarify real quick, just because I don't want to forget. Mechanism of action, you had kidney stones, but it was causing you to have retention in your intestines?
Yes, because the pain medications that they give slow motility.
Tracking now. You were on some opiates then.
Exactly.
Copy that.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And it was gross. I do not like, I've had 8 surgeries now, and I do not like opioids. Like if I take them more than a day and a half, I'm crap. I feel horrible, bloated, no movement. And I'm kind of like, drink the coffee, 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Right. My father-in-law, who was a physician, called it the daily constitution. Yeah. Yeah. So we have that suicidality. So that happens when we got overloaded. I used the metaphor before that our wheelbarrows get filled up with BS, other people's BS. I mean, how many times have you run the 10th call on somebody who needs to be lifted out of their bathtub because they're 420 pounds, or somebody who has fallen and can't get up, or somebody who has OD'd again, right? And it's like putting more BS in your wheelbarrow. This gets into a sociological dynamic. But how do you know when that's full? So there's ways to take care of it. Relationship and play is a big one, right? If you think about your life, like we work at play and play at work sometimes. We're America. We like our dopamine and our joy, right? Which, by the way, betting and gambling is the number one fastest growing addiction right now in the United States.
Yeah, but just real quick shout out to Missouri bettors as we did cost the state this month. So let's just keep that win in the books, and then we'll see what happens in February.
Say that again. I didn't.
Missouri, I think, is one of the only few states that actually profited their first month
From?
gambling online from the legalization. So, gambling became legal here. And not that I gamble or anything. I've cut it out. But just a little interesting fact there.
Yeah, well, when it's compulsive, like you feel like you can't not do it, when it gets into responsibilities or relationships, there's a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I took my, what you call a recession from alcohol. I took that and I realized, though, that I was compensating other ways to get my dopamine fix, and that's why I cut that out as well.
Yeah.
Even poker. I love playing poker, which I don't personally see totally as gambling, but ultimately I realized I was using that as a coping mechanism to replace the other things I did. So, sorry to interrupt, but I just thought about
I think it's complementary to the dialogue that we're having, because you talked about dopamine, and why do we seek dopamine? We seek dopamine because we're in pain. There's a really well-known Dr. Gabor Mate. He's an MD. He did addiction up in Vancouver for like 15, 20 years. And he says, don't tell me about the addiction, tell me about the pain. Because the addiction is seeking either numbing or dopamine to override the pain. And the pain, it could be internal anguish, right? And how does that arise? That arises from getting too much BS in your wheelbarrow, getting so heavy, sloppy, and stinky that you feel like there's no hope or no way to clean it all up. And there is a way to clean it up. That's what we're talking about here. Camp David is the organization that we started to help the shield bearers learn how to clean it up. Our tagline is Community of the Brave, Healing Together to Return Back to Service. Okay, so that means it's not our fault that this wheelbarrow is full, and I'll get into that. But it is our responsibility. Did you ever hear Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire?
Sure.
Yeah, very fast and rapid. But if you listen to it, profound. We didn't start the fire. But grab a hose, people, because we've got to put it out. And that's what's going on. The last podcast I listened to with Sean Ryan was Ro Hannon.
Yeah.
You hear about that one?
The political guy. I listened to quite a bit of those.
Yeah, he's and they're trying to get the Epstein tapes, right? So what is that all about? That's all about dopamine and power. Okay? Pseudo power is what's happening. But that's about dopamine. The pornography, the sex trafficking, which feeds the pornography, it's all about dopamine and power, especially pornography. Sex is predominantly about a power exchange. When trust is built, power is offered, if you will. When safety is created, right, then the two people offer themselves to the other. That's how it's supposed to be with safety. When it's abusively taken, that's when it's really, quite honestly, evil, selfish and evil. But they're all seeking dopamine. And so if you go into, like you talked about Huberman's guest the other day, and talking about dopamine, and he was probably deep in the neuroscience. If one of the things I tell people is, I can't teach you everything I know, but I will give you all the resources you will want to consume. And you got to make the choice. There's a podcast with Dr. Andrew Huberman and Dr. Anna Lemke, MD. She runs Stanford's dual diagnosis addiction treatment in Stanford. And she is such a beautiful, brilliant human being. She is just, when I think about her, and I know this probably sounds creepy, but she's so brilliant and so compassionate and so authentic and so vulnerable and real. Not like I'm the MD who knows what's going on with you. It's like I've been there too. I've acknowledged my own situation that was greater than myself, that I needed something more than myself to overcome and heal. And I also have some responsibility in it. Abstinence is the first step that she offers in there. Pardon me. And the book that she wrote is called Dopamine Nation. Can't recommend it highly enough, or listen to the audiobook or the podcast or all of the above. And this is this chemical that makes us feel good so we forget the pain. Whether it's poker or sex or cocaine or heroin, whatever it is. That's what it is. It used to be Valium in the 50s and 60s and 70s for housekeepers because it was very demanding, taking care of this unit alone while the breadwinner was off in their field. And it was a way to mute the pain. And that's what suicide's about, muting the pain. And have you dealt with people who have struggled with suicide?
Only every day.
Yeah.
Only every day.
Yeah.
And on that note, go back and relist the 3 weights of the wheelbarrow. Well, not the 3 weights, but you said first is the identification of what would the alleviation of pain be, correct? That's step 1, is just that thought process and suicidality?
Okay, yeah. So in suicidality, the 3, I try to simplify things. It's the way I just try to keep things in my head a little less cluttered. So 1 is the relief of pain. Right?
The thought of relief of pain.
Yeah, gosh, if I were dead, I wouldn't be in this great pain and anguish.
Understood.
Which I tied to my kidney stones. The second is a plan. Because when we start making plans, we actually feel like we have agency or choice. We aren't helpless in this. So it actually makes us feel like, okay, I have a way out of here. It's an illegitimate way. And then the third would be intention to carry out the plan. So ideation, plan, intention. Did I answer that correctly?
Absolutely.
Ideation, intention, and plan.
Ideation, attempt, plan. So when you asked me if I dealt with people, and I said on a daily basis, definitely it's important to get that differential diagnosis. And I've never had it explained how you just explained. But once you know that they can identify a plan, not only you, but the person you transfer them over to tends to take that much more seriously.
Yeah, because there's gradients. Everybody's afraid. Well, I can't say everybody. I try to never speak in absolutes. It always gets me in trouble.
I do, but it gets me in trouble too.
It gets me in trouble all the time. So very commonly people will not say, yes, I'm struggling with suicidality. They may, I dare say, just be struggling with the ideation of it. But they don't want to go, yeah, I'm struggling with that. Why? Because they're afraid they'll get rushed into a padded room. Well, the considerate caretaker will say, tell me about that. Have you made a plan? Do you have an intent to execute that plan? So forgive me because I said that wrong, because it's ideation, plan, and then intention, IPI. Ideation, plan, intention. And if they have an ideation, you're like, okay, tell me about that. What pain is causing you to think that that is the way out of the pain? And then you can dig in deeper. Number one, if you connect, and this happens very often, if you connect with somebody, they feel seen, soothed, safe, and secure. So think of those 4 S's. Those are interpersonal neurobiology attachment stuff, okay? We have to feel attached, kind of like having that, I don't know what you guys call it in the fire service, that guy who goes in with you, or lady, that person who goes in with you to a fire because you don't enter alone, right? That we call it a shooting buddy, right? Or swim buddy, whatever you want to call it. That other person, attachment is very, very important. Okay. So just attaching with somebody who's struggling with whether it's ideation, plan, or intention, can help soothe the pain that's driving them to consider that. Some people abuse that and call EMS all the time because they're suicidal every day just so they can get attention. Okay. Something else needs to happen for them to keep them from executing that plan or that mechanism. So sometimes just getting close to them and asking questions, being curious, available, responsive, and empathetic can help them off that ledge, if you will. Right? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, you asked me a question. I just wanted to clarify that I think we bark up the same tree, but the questions we ask are just minutely different.
Yeah. And have those questions been helpful to help those people?
Like you said, it just depends. Some people know the exact responses because they're homeless and they don't have a room for the night.
Yeah.
But who am I to not do my job? I have to ask the questions. So,
yeah. Well, that's a little more of the BS that gets put in your wheelbarrow. Because at some point, you may find so many shield bearers, first responders, find themselves weary and doing good because the system has been abused so many times. Right?
100% agree.
Yeah. So I'll tell you a funny story that's not so funny. It's sad funny. When I was doing my paramedic pre-rides in San Diego, this is back in, so it would have been 97, and San Diego was a little different. It was a little more, it still had some of the old city before the downtown really got overwhelmed by gentrification. And there was, we got a call, a guy passed out unresponsive in a doorway of a storefront down in downtown. So we run on it. My preceptor goes, "Jose, is that you?" And he's like, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" He knew the guy, knew him well. He's like, "Rah." And then he goes, "Okay, I need you to sign this AMA, against medical advice. It's a release, so the ambulance responders don't get culpable for leaving somebody who needed medical assistance." And so the guy reached down his pants, grabs a turd, and flings it at us. And the guy, my preceptor, blocked it with his clipboard. He's like, "DNA, that's good enough for me. We're out of here." Right? Now, here's the thing. Do you think I could tell a CEO of a bank that story and they find laughter like we do? Because I was right there. I was witness to it, right? No, they can't. That's the difference. That's where humor comes in when it talks about, how much humor have you guys found in your journeys back to an authentic self?
You said something on Cleared Hot that the people in your military experience were the funniest people you've ever met.
Absolutely.
Same exact thing. Same thing. Everybody that I work with, the majority of them probably could be comedians.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go that route.
Yeah.
They're that funny.
Well, in comedy, you have to have a common knowledge to get the humor to come out. But yeah. And we call it morgue humor. So when I talk about our Shield Bearers group, which is a trauma group, so it's trauma education, a little bit of processing, authenticity, and anonymity of AA, the grace of church, and the humor of the locker room, right? Or the firehouse, or whatever you want to call it, right? The roll call room. It is that morgue humor. And it's like, we have seen the most ridiculous stuff, and I can't believe that happened. And when I saw it, I had to laugh, right? Like that guy throwing a turd as an AMA to sign his AMA, right? You can't help. I see you laughing, Jack.
It's so funny you said this. We had a guy who took a little visit to this studio and just said, "What's up? How's it going?" And he told us a story where he basically had encountered somebody who was schizophrenic at a gas station. And he's telling us the story. And unfortunately, we had to let out a few giggles here and there. And he got pretty offended by the whole situation. He was respectful about it, but he was like, you know what? It kind of offends me because that's how everybody at the gas station was treating her. And you know what? It was a good reminder that sometimes we get a little too comfortable with these people's lives that are very real difficulties that they experience. But you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you said that, because it's just how we deal with it sometimes, whether it's healthy or not. The humor sometimes carries us over into the next day.
Yeah, there's two things that pop up as you tell that story. Number one, it identifies that we have to be careful not to lose our humanity, right? That empathy. Empathy is actually what keeps humanity alive, right? Because, so Margaret Mead, who's an anthropologist, asked her class, what is the first sign of civilization? People were saying fire, iron, tools, this, that, and the other thing. And she shows an x-ray of a broken femur. She says, I believe it's a broken femur. And they were like, say more. Which she was the lecturer she was going to. She goes, because if somebody has a broken femur, somebody else, at least one person, if not many, have to protect them, have to care for them, have to feed them, water them, clean them up for 6 to 8 weeks before they can ever walk and be self-sustaining again. And that comes from empathy. And this gets into the hero's journey and heroes. I think every human being is a hero because we have empathy. We can see strangers and want to do something good for them. That's heroic. Even the smallest act. It doesn't have to be, holding up the Empire State Building as before it falls on little kids in a, Marvel movie. It is kindness to another human being. And if we lose that, we lose our humanity. So that comes from empathy. The other thing that you said in terms of comedy and humor is, number one, it tells everybody else around here, yeah, we're seeing this, and I agree. This is not supposed to be what it is. This is almost mind-blowing, right? The other is, if you can laugh, you're not overwhelmed. And that tells the people around you, I'm still with you. I'm still in the fight with you, whatever the metaphorical fight is. Make sense? And that means I'm not going to leave you. I still have your back. That's a very, very important question. Earlier in our talk, we were talking about, bonding that happens when you get called out, you get on a call, and it's obligatory. You have to trust the person. But because there's such great stakes, cost at stake, it drives the trust up. And so when we're all laughing about Jose signing his AMA with a turd, right, we're showing each other we're right there with you. Make sense? This is my hypothesis.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that, like you said, if you tell that person to a CEO, or if you tell that story to a CEO, they might not find it as humorous as we do.
Right.
And it seems like it kind of makes us a little jaded, disheartening to them that we act like this. And you don't want to tell them they're wrong, but they are wrong, I
would say they don't understand.
It's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Jack, there is a quote about, I think, rough men doing deeds in the dark of night. And it harkens to the lines in Few Good Men, where Jack Nicholson says, You want me on that wall. I need to be on that wall. You can't handle the truth. There are some people that can handle things and some that cannot. I do not get nauseous or upset. Tell me when you find it if you did.
George Orwell? Rudyard Kipling?
It might be Rudyard Kipling. Rough men. Yes, people sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. Yeah. Is that Orwell?
George Orwell.
Yeah. So, that is
Kipling writing, he sees clearly. So George Orwell repeated it or wrote it.
Ooh,
Kipling originated it.
Okay. So hold on to that for latter reference. But, yeah, go to the Kipling. Where did the Kipling go? Was that up above? Yeah. So Orwell referenced Kipling essay. He sees clearly that men can only be highly civilized while other men, inevitably less civilized, are there to guard and feed them. So that's where it gets at, and this is very important. And I gave you a shirt. My favorite pronoun, my preferred pronoun is we, because we have to stand with people even in our differences. Because there are people, like when I was in the SEAL teams, it's considered the top 1%, right? Or I think the military's top 10 or 10% of the population, and special operations top 1%. Either way, there's people with certain gifts and capacities for certain purposes in society. I don't get nauseous at blood, vomit, feces, urine, bile, whatever. It doesn't bother me. I can move into an open wound and treat it, right? Move into it and find whatever vessel is exsanguinating and, clip it off. That doesn't bother me. I don't get scared at that. I used to be more intrepid in different things. As I get older, I think that just is what happens to us. But not everybody can or does. And that's okay. That's just part of my purpose in society. That's why my preferred pronoun is we. But just because I think it's funny that Jose signed his AMA with a turd doesn't mean I should be shunned socially. I'm necessary just like you're necessary, just like Jack's necessary, just like an accountant is necessary, just like an IT guy. IT is probably the fastest way to get my anxiety up. It just frustrates me. If a pixel is out of place, it won't work and you can't find it. As you know, the number of the pixel drives me crazy. Right? There are people that I've got a friend who's doing some work on our data collection and analysis for our program. He's so good at it. And I'm like, thank God for Ed, because I don't have the patience to sit there and Google how to create a questionnaire sheet. I just want the data. I'll make the decision, right? Makes sense. So if you look at the Jungian styles, are you familiar with those?
No.
King, warrior, lover, magician. Okay, so the king is kind of the leader, the expressive. The warrior is fire, ready, aim. We have some warrior ilk in us, right? The lover, if you look at, so Sir Lancelot, Merlin the wizard, who's the king, and then Guinevere. Guinevere's the lover trying to keep peace with everybody. Merlin the wizard is up in his tower calculating everything, and he says, this is what you should do, okay? So I'm very grateful for the wizards, because wizard tells me what to do, I will fire, ready, aim. I'll get it done. I'll get there, right? Just like you. Where's the fire? Right, move toward it. This is the complementarity of society, and this is why we have to be very careful. To be too quick to be critical without the data. So right now, we do not have civil public discourse based on facts. It is so spontaneous, oftentimes uninformed or ill-informed, and overreactive. And that concerns me because it breaks down the civility of our society. We are so disintegrated.
Extrapolate on that a little bit.
Oh, I might get in trouble on this one.
I don't want you to, but I think that you're referencing the acute, not acute, I keep using that word, but the current state of the big divide in political agendas. Am I catching your drift?
Yeah, it is. I may give a metaphor of this, okay? So let's say there's two people who are married and they have children. One believes that a certain set of standards and behaviors should be adhered to for the health and betterment of the unit. We'll call it a family as a whole. And the other one doesn't agree. So the one that doesn't agree, there has to be leadership, number one. I mean, imagine responding to a fire with no leadership. What would it be like?
It'd be bad.
If not ineffective, it would be chaotic.
Dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous, right? So there has to be a leadership. So if somebody doesn't like the leader's decision, instead of having logical and patient discourse, they go with what they want, and they take everybody with them, like a school of fish. And it creates chaos. So if you look at the human body, we can utilize that as a great metaphor for not only natural but metaphysical principles. The human cell has a wall. There's a structure, okay? Like the walls of this building. Without the walls of this building, we cannot do what we're doing here, which hopefully is some good value for humanity. We cannot produce energy, we cannot process, we cannot create for the greater good, like a cell would create something that then goes into the body and is utilized by the body. We can't do that. If the mitochondria says to the cell wall, I don't like the way you're going, I don't think I should be constrained by these walls, and migrates outside the cell walls, what happens? Crash, go, boom.
Yep.
There
Chaos.
you go. Crash, go, boom. Chaos. And I believe that's what we're seeing. I was prompted, this may sound pretentious, but I regret some of the things that I didn't focus on when I was a kid. And language is one of them. Music is one of them. And some intellectual pursuits. Remember my 0.85 GPA from KU?
Yes.
Right? So my son went to a classical Christian education called Whitfield Academy. And if you look at the classical Christian education, classical education, liberal arts education, there are 7 pillars, and they rely a lot on the classics. So because of that, I got tipped to one of the foundational philosophical opuses, books, which is Aristotle's Politics. And in there, he starts off with the family, the man and the woman, and the leadership, which, of course, was male dominant. And he asserts the fact there has to be rule, law, and structure. This gets modeled in our society in a number of different ways. But when it gets violated, when leadership and structure gets violated, then chaos and demise incurs. One of the great tragedies is, and I've talked about wheelbarrows, and at some point we'll get to the adverse childhood experiences. Might be a good time to get there now. When we don't have structure and safety, okay, safety is the number one need of humanity. A lot of people talk about Maslow's hierarchy of food, clothing, shelter, love. If we do not have safety, we can't consume any of those, right? I can't sit down to have a meal if I don't feel safe. Dude, I've got a funny story about safety. You want to hear it?
Yeah. Do you think it's good to segue now? Because you're saying something so important.
Okay.
The safety.
Okay.
Without safety, you have nothing.
Yeah.
And this disruption of the country's homeostasis
Yes.
that we're in now.
Order.
People seem to not value safety. And it is so amazing to me that you are now called names for valuing safety. And I'll leave it at that and let you go into your story. But
Yeah.
I can't reiterate that enough. I'm not saying that we need to sell out constantly and do what the man is telling us to do. By no means. But why is it so difficult for our country right now to identify safety as the number one necessity?
So I will give you an example, and then I'll build on it. Okay. Somebody just remind me about my friend who's a police officer who came over for a barbecue. Okay.
Copy. I'm tracking you.
So
The Disney barbecue.
yeah. So let's start with a couple things. So we've established that the model of the human cell needs a structure, and then it has freedom in there. So when we look at the complementarity between two people, we talk about masculine and feminine energy. We need to have both, and this is why. Masculine energy doesn't matter. Both, all of us have both. It's a matter of distribution. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So, but that masculine energy creates structure. Okay. You see this with typically feminine characters taking care of children in the home. They hold them in the home so they can be safe, right? So masculine creates the structure. Inside makes it warm, soft, and open to nourish and nurture and challenge. So I'll get to this. This was an epiphany that hit me when I was 8 years old. I was overlooking my little brother, who was 6 years younger than me, still is, but at that time he was 2 and I was 8. I was looking at him and the other neighbor boy in the front yard, 3 houses down from me on the mean streets of Brookside, right, which was really pretty safe. And I looked down upon them and I said, these are the most precious in the kingdom of humanity. There is nothing we should withhold to keep them safe, nurtured, and challenged. Safe, nurtured, and challenged. Safe because without safety you have nothing. You can't get to the nurture and nourish, right? Food, clothing, shelter, love. And we have to have challenge. Another organic or biological truth is I cannot get stronger without stress. Stress is imperative. That's the challenge. Nobody wants to be stressed anymore. We don't understand the value of it. Stress causes our growth. So when we talk about post-traumatic stress, there's actually something called post-traumatic stress disorder growth. Okay? And hopefully we'll get into that a little bit. But biologically, it's this. I cannot get a muscle to grow until I get it to the point of failure. And when it fails, then my system starts sending it nutrition, right? Recovery, circulation. So it actually gets stronger for the next challenge. And then that's how we grow. Nobody wants to be challenged. People, we have nullified stress, and thus we have become weak. We've atrophied in our character. So again, we have this structure. again, masculine energy. And then feminine energy is nourishes and nurtures, okay, which includes stressing or challenging. And this is something that people get hung up on because they hear masculine and feminine and they think male and female. And again, we both have both. And I will tell you, one of the greatest images in my mind is, and I forget when it was, but there was a picture of this powerful man. I mean, just full of bulk and power.
Burly.
Absolutely. And he was bare-chested, and he was holding a newborn baby. What that is one of the greatest powers of humanity, which is to restrain their power to be gentle. What is his power, therefore? To create a safe boundary so that very vulnerable being could be protected, nurtured, and challenged or stressed. Okay? One of the most beautiful pictures I've ever seen. I'd love to find it again and pull it up somewhere. And
in addition to that, also some feminine characteristics with the oxytocin, correct?
So I wouldn't call that a feminine characteristic. The nurturance is the feminine energy. When that happens, yes, serotonin and oxytocin, which they call the cuddle hormone. So it causes us to feel safe when we get physical contact with somebody. It happens either with a 20-second hug or with a 5-second kiss. And of course, it also happens in beautiful, sensual, sexual intimacy. Okay, because you're next to touching warm, soft, open, or warm, soft together. So yes, that's part of it. That happens in both genders, and so it's not necessarily a masculine or feminine. We both need it. As a matter of fact, when you have a predominantly masculine energied person creating structure and safety all day, and they come inside the castle walls, right? And they're able to take off the burden and find themselves enveloped within the warm, soft, and open. It is the safest place that they'll ever be. So when we think of this, we think of men having that sexual experience and falling into relaxation and sleep. Why? Because they're safe. It's one of the few places they can really feel safe. And again, these are all parameters of healthy relationships. Mutual consent, mutual love, mutual giving, and creating safety emotionally, physically, et cetera, et cetera. So what is happening in our society is we are not getting these structures and the nurturance. When I truly, truly believe, do they have tag team MMA?
In Russia, they have some 5v5.
Oh, that would be, we need to watch that.
We should. Can you pull up the 5v5?
Yeah,
it's horrific, Walt. It's the worst shit you'll ever see.
What? WWE isn't real?
Oh, it's horrible. Although Randy Orton McFoley, when he slammed him on those nails in Backlash 2008, that was as real as it gets. I'm just going to put that out there.
Who can argue?
Yeah.
So as we watch this, I will tell you this. Oh my God!
I mean, this is.
I would never in this scenario hold on like that. Funny. I would try and see.
So these guys come. So it looks like the dark came over to help his dark buddy, and the white came over to protect his white buddy from the secondary dark
push
guy.
Himself 90 degrees away and trying to attack a leg.
Exactly.
The Americans doing a good job of lacing his ankle and trying to straighten him out.
Diet.
In order to get away from that.
It's totally interesting because they're absolutely. You could implement just as much strategy as in a regular MMA fight into this. And I would say, I would preach that it's just as important.
I see.
Having
So one
knowing
fight's still
exactly what
standing
you're
up,
going to
which is
do.
very
You have to
interesting.
work in a team fashion.
This is the longest
like,
fight
let's see what this guy's going to do now.
So and it's all 5 people so far.
I know. So interesting.
Yeah. Now you have 3 white just beating the shit part in my. Oh my god!
No, they did. I think he pooped his pants.
This is over.
Though, so
I'm
you can't
pretty sure he soccer kicked him in the head.
Oh, dude!
Which is not sanctioned here in the United States. Although one FC.
I'm done with this noise. Yep,
he's done.
Oh my!
Wow, that was very quick.
This is great. I take everything I said back. This is great.
And that was
TFC.
a very quick fight.
Shout out the TFC.
What does TFC stand for?
It's probably something fighting championship. Team fighting championship. I'm sure.
What are social the
Knuckles and stuff like that.
I used to.
Hey, what do you think about breaking that on low and seeing how our audio reacts? Our fan over there. Oh sure. Yeah, let's do that. We got a long ways to go, Walt. This has been great.
Have you liked it?
Yeah, we're not heating you up too bad, are we?
No, I'm doing fine.
I'm gonna hang out. This is
awesome.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Okay. Good. Not letting you stray away from the issues right now in our country.
Yeah.
You gave a very beautiful metaphor, analogy about what you were going to lead into and the nurture and the safety.
Yeah.
And then I think you were about to practically apply it to what's going on.
Yeah. So here's again. So we got distracted by tag team, and I'm so glad we did. that was entertaining. So if you're in the light colored geese, right? So parenting is a tag team sport. Can't do it alone. So you imagine very rudimentary situation. Here is a woman who is made to connect, to grow, birth, and then nurture the child and wean the child. You can't do that. I don't care what gender. You can't do that and forage and harvest at the same time. Until the child gets bigger and the mother, the birthing parent, recovers enough from the birthing process. Got that? So you have to have somebody else. Remember Margaret Mead, Empathy, Civilization. Starts with a dyadic, the reproductive dyad. You got to have that to protect the nurturer and the newborn. Agree?
Agreed.
Go. So it starts right there. This never goes away. This is a physical metaphor for psychological, emotional, spiritual. Okay? It applies to all of it. Because the child, no matter what their gender or energy prevalence, needs to see both characters in role and play. Because they understand the necessity of both, the complementarity of both, and where they fit in it. Okay? So masculine picks up masculine modeling, and feminine picks up feminine modeling. Follow? When that is absent, you're taking an element out of the system that makes it deficient. So let's talk about in a term that most people talk about in fatherless homes. Okay. So if we think fathers and we think masculine, what is that? That's creating structure, law, rule, order. Follow? If that's taken out of the home, what happens?
We've seen what happens.
Right, we have. I'll tell you a story. My brother-in-law works for a local school district, and he told me about 2 stories. High school kid, troubled, dealing drugs, doing all kinds of bad stuff, steps off a bus, gets shot in the neck and killed. What's the problem here? Well, the kid did not have enough boundaries and order and stepped out of order so many times he offended somebody. Somebody else stepped out of order. Let's just be real. Murder is out of order here, folks. Does more disorderly conduct, and that system is so bad. And it breeds more of the same. Nobody's safe. Kids aren't safe going to school. They don't feel safe going to school. This then breeds very irrational, reactive, social behaviors. So another story that he said was a young boy, A, broke up with a young girl, A, who told her brother, B, about the breakup. B goes and beats up A, while B is beating up the boyfriend, A. Girlfriend A grabs a pair of scissors and stabs boyfriend A 17 times while brother B is beating him unconscious. And people are sitting there and just taking videos of it. Nobody respects law, order, structure. That's what's happening. And it is pervasive everywhere. And unless we suffer some to return back to an ethical order, we're going to be in further decline and collapse, and we might be not be the people in 5, 10, 15, 25 years. You know?
I don't see right now how you can recover. It seems, and I hate to use this term because it seems like I'm giving a very negative title to a certain group of people, but the cancer that has affected what appears to be a very similar mindset between us, it seems that the growth is so severe that the overcorrections that would need to happen will only feed into the cancer even more.
So I understand that perspective, and I hold that some days. I'm like, good God, can you ever redeem this? Okay.
So furthermore, I would say on that ultimately that leads to the only thing I see left for me to do is to hold myself and my personal growth and what I can control to the highest standard of what I think is correct. Mm-hmm. And I cannot continue to worry about fixing things on the mesa level, or, you know, I can only control myself, despite the outcome that I see is probably the most prevalent and the most probable. I think that I have a duty to myself to calm my anxiety of just worrying about myself and doing what I think, if everybody else did, would turn the corner. That's kind of the conversation that I have with myself.
So what I hear is you are talking to yourself saying, I can't do anything about the rotation of the earth. I can only do something about me.
Correct.
And then when you've done something about me, what do you do with what you've done with yourself?
I think it would be a dangerous place to think that there's not more you can do for yourself. I would never want to plateau or hit a threshold.
Okay.
I'd want to constantly add growth, no matter what stage of my journey I'm in, whether it's faith or weightlifting, family, family structures.
Mm-hmm. So what's hearkening to my mind is something that Dr. Carl Menninger said when he was asked, how do you treat depression? Depression is one of the hardest maladies to treat. Really is, because the treatment for depression is movement, and the last thing they want to do. I've been there to some degree. I think everybody has experienced it to one degree or another. So the biggest need is movement, and the hardest thing to do is move, right? So Dr. Menninger says, I tell my patients to go home, take a shower, eat something, get dressed, lock the door, and go serve somebody in a worse condition than yourself. This gets, again, back to my phrase, and my preferred pronoun is we. When I keep myself, when I breathe, calm down, slow down, and grow up from my fear into my empathy, and I get close and understand, serve, and love my neighbor, that's the best I can do right here, because I can't do much about what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now. But I can do something about you and I interacting. And people are afraid of love, especially in my own discipline of psychotherapy. And I don't know if we mentioned that I'm a licensed clinical marriage and family therapist. One of the things that is in the ethos is that you never tell your clients you love them. And I understand that because it's misunderstood. But if we break that down, there are 4 words in the Greek language for love. One is agape, which is a divine, pure love. It is from a deity or a creator toward the created. There is phileo, which is brotherly love. There is storge, which is parental. It's a little different. It's a blend. And then there's eros, which is erotic love. And everybody assumes it's the latter. And the challenge is that, well, I'll put it this way. So when I truly care for my clients, no matter whether I'm being compensated or not, I am conducting myself in an act of love to be curious, available, responsive, empathetic, hold space, be a non-anxious presence in an anxious environment, giving of myself like that, fully, truly, that is an act of love. And yet we can't tell somebody, I love you. And I'm okay with that because we don't want it misconstrued. So there's another road less traveled, M. Scott Peck, MD psychiatrist. In there he says, if I thought sex would be the answer for my clients' problems, I would do that. I just don't ever think that's the answer. And what he's tilting at there is that's the dopamine fix that covers up the possibility of the answer. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So for each person, we're getting into the chaos, et cetera, et cetera. So for each person, our call is to be the best me so I can connect with somebody else and be a better we. And when I do that, I'm not focused on my pain or fears. I'm focused on serving and loving the other person. And that's the best thing I can do in this world of chaos, because that's what we're spinning faster and faster toward. Helpful perspective?
Yeah. I think it's a really beautiful way to put kind of where I think I'm at.
Yeah.
But just to reiterate that is the only way is what I'm interpreting from what you're saying. Without taking care of yourself and doing what you can, then you can't help the preferred pronoun.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the SEAL teams, when they were teaching us rescue swimmer operations, we would have to rescue our drowning instructors. It was a shark fight, man. It was fun and wonderful and hard. And it gives you the confidence in the water. But what they teach you is if somebody is dragging you to your death, punch them in the face, kick them in the belly, get away from them, and save yourself. Because if you're dead, you're both dead. But if you can get away and go, okay, look, you want me to help you? Turn around, don't fight me. You want to fight me? You've chosen your consequences. That's it. That is one of the things that people don't like to hear these days, right? I'm going to pull up something called an oath for compassion as I expound a little bit on the disorder. So we talked about ADD, over-medicated ADD. And here is my approach or question on this. Okay. And it's a prompt for therapists and practitioners to maybe give it a second thought in this. And that is understanding the etiology, because distractibility can look a lot like animal threat, hypervigilance. So what is it? You get a kid. So I talked with somebody who dealt with a kid in the inner city schools, and he was so ADD or so incapable of sitting and paying attention, right, that they would medicate him with coffee at 10, noon, and 2. Okay? Because he didn't have, quote unquote, the proper medical. What if this kid was traumatized and his nervous system was filled with the energy of fear from being in an unsafe home, an unsafe neighborhood, an unsafe school, where he's always criticized for not sitting in a seat? And they give you stimulants. What's going to happen to the heat or RPMs of his nervous system? Amplified, fuel on fire. And so we have to ask these questions. Is this truly ADD? Or is it trauma? Most of the times, and this is perfect time to bring up the Adverse Childhood Experience survey, I believe a lot of times there's more trauma than people want to be patient and find out. Jack, do we have the ACE score that we could pull up, please? So this is what happens in chaotic families of origin. So I have my sheet right here, and I'll kind of read this. So the number one is, and I hope you all can see this, probably if you leave that up, that would be good. Emotional abuse. An adult insults you, puts you down, swears at a child, the adult acts in a way that makes the child afraid they would be hurt. Can you imagine that happening in inner city homes that maybe you've run calls on?
Never.
Yeah, me neither.
Absolutely
yeah.
never.
Right.
I've never even seen that in front of me.
Right. So this gets to another thing. So physical abuse. An adult hits, kicks, or physically hurts a child. So Good Will Hunting it was one of my favorite movies. If you've never seen it, powerful, especially in this. It's all about attachment trauma. And this is attachment. Attachment is, are you there for me? Will you protect me? I'm going to go on a sidebar for a little bit. From the beginning of our life, we have attachment. The sperm attaches to the egg. The egg attaches to the wall of the uterus. The embryo attaches to the uterus through the umbilical cord until they are birthed. And then they're detached, but physically attached to the mother, especially, what's the first thing they do to create uterine contractions to birth the afterbirth is nursing and suckling. They attach mouth to breast, okay? We have a metaphysical attachment. You and I have it right now. It's eye to eye. And this is what happens for the rest of our lives. Seeing somebody, which if you are non-threatening or embellishing, right, seeking to understand, serve, and love, then they feel it, right? That soothes their nervous system, makes them feel safe. Again, we're talking about these kids in schools. They're not being seen. And then they feel secure enough to take on the challenge and stress to grow. But if they're not getting that safety, they're not getting seen, soothed, and feeling safe, how can they do the rest? Seen, soothed, safe, and secure is a non sequitur for growth. Has to happen. Has to happen. And it's not happening. And that's the tragedy. And yet everybody's watching all these fights and stabbings and all kinds of stuff on TikTok and yada, yada, yada. And they believe that's what makes up the world. Stop watching. Stop watching. Listen to the birds, the trees, the grass, the rocks.
How many very traumatic, you listed 400 versus 600 for like a busy cop, earlier. How many events and in what capacity does it desensitize you if you watch something on the internet? So just to, while you chew, I'll kind of explain a little bit more. If I have, they say it's like 2 big ones in a normal person's life. Let's say, right, you work at Quick Trip, whatever, you know, and
0.27.
Okay. So 1 to 2, and now you used to be 1 to 2, and I'm not that old, you know, knock on wood. I'm only 31, but I also didn't grow up. I grew up with dial-up. Now every kid that's 10 has an iPad, and they might be scrolling and accidentally come upon a murder video.
Yeah.
Or even, let's go a little bit lighter, car crash, involves a very traumatic incident.
Grand Theft Auto.
Sure. How many of those incidents, and is there any type of analytical data that solidifies how that affects them and desensitizes them, as far as on that same scale of 1 to 2? Like maybe you come in and find your grandfather dead, or you come in and find your brother overdosed. Is there a way to correlate those 2 items?
So I'm searching for examples, and I don't have exact data on these. Maybe Jack can find some. But so Sandy Hook killer. Remember that incident? The guy goes in with an AR. Mm-hmm. Guess what that kid did? He was in a single parent home. His mother had the firearm. He stole it from her after spending hours and hours in his basement playing games. Killer games. One-on-one killer games. I think there's a pretty clear correlation. Colonel Dave Grossman has a book about that. And when I talked to Andy Stumpf on Cleared Hot podcast, Andy had some challenges with Dave Grossman's data in terms of on killing and on more, but I think it's worth looking up some science, and I don't have it at my fingertips right now, about what effects gaming has on the human brain and desensitizing.
But definitely significant value.
So I'll absolutely, and I would extrapolate this. Okay, the first time you saw a dead body, you remember it, right?
Absolutely.
What about the second one?
Yeah, kind of, but only because I think. Yep, not the third.
What about the fourth?
Nope.
Fifth?
Nope.
Okay. There's your anecdotal evidence of desensitization. So I worked with somebody recently who said he was very taken back by seeing the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and he had to watch it over and over to desensitize himself to it. I had to retain my clinical composure because I was very sad at that. That's not the way I would desensitize that. There's a process called EMDR, eye movement to desensitization and reprocessing, which is a better option, way better option than watching a murder over and over and over and over. And this brings us back to it with our media. You know, Andy Stumpf talked about his daughter seeing Charlie Kirk's murder because she stumbled on it, you know, with one channel or another. And he couldn't get to that before she already ingested it. He had to clean up the aftermath. And that's why I'm adamantly opposed to judicious regulation of technology.
You're adamantly opposed?
I'm sorry. Adamantly in favor.
Copy.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you for that clarity.
Yes, sir.
I am adamantly in favor. And this takes parents' attention to regulate. And, you know, even kids, they'll find their ways around stuff. I was talking with a parent who restricted their child from one site, but they went through another app to get to that site. So this is arbitrary. So they restricted YouTube, but the kid got to it through TikTok, for example. Okay. This is very challenging for parents. Again, parenting is a tag team sport. So we have all this stuff flooding people, and it has an effect on us, Noah. A lot of it is because it becomes very impersonalized, right? You and I have now spent 2.5 hours 2 hours together?
We have not.
2 hours?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
We're going to need triple this.
I'm good. Give me caffeine.
Let's fucking go. Yes.
I love it when my son Ethan, he goes, "Let's go." It's fantastic, man. Yeah. Love the kid.
Is Ethan the physician?
Ethan is the youngest, so we're a blended family. Our oldest is the physician, Jordan, and then there's Noah, who's married and has created this beautiful little boy together.
What a great name.
Noah? Yeah. David's better. Oh, look at this. What kind of bars are we eating? Oh, my middle name.
Although, let me push back on you.
Jack's pretty bad. I mean, you don't go, well, David went around kicking some ass. Noah just collected people and feces, animals on a boat.
I don't get the same scrutiny you do, I'm sure, but like how many times a day do you have to answer the question about your name?
What are you talking about?
Is your name really Walt Disney? You know?
Nobody's ever asked that.
Yeah, okay, Walt. You know that my first 10 years of life, it was a 5-time daily occurrence that I was asked if I built the ark.
Oh, that's
Why would you put your son through that?
Yeah.
It happened to you.
Well, here's what's even worse. Sorry, I'm going to look up a couple things. Number one, this is not for public display, but this is my grandson. And on Father's Day, they got us the same T-shirts. And I go, hey, little buddy, same T-shirt, same hairline. Right?
Adorable.
Yes, thank you. Right.
That's it.
I mean, that kid, he has got the joy of both of his parents. It's beautiful to see. Very energetic, very exploratory. He looks.
Can I get a Waterloo? Thanks.
Waterloo.
Waterloo. Nothing. Don't sue us, Waterloo.
No, we were just talking about Napoleon, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all we were saying. Okay, I have to find the right one. So this is a picture, and you can put this up. So when I went through Buds, the lieutenant, and I'm going to assume that he has retired. His name was Don Thompson. He was a very seasoned SEAL. He was a former enlisted guy that went officer, so they called those Mustangs. I'm not sure exactly how he was involved with the Tier 1 team, but he was there. And he was the officer in charge of the second phase of training when I went through Buds. And he said to me, Disney, I want to see Mickey Mouse ears on you when we get out to the island for the first swim inspection. Just remember, they can't hear you scream at the island. This is it was the beginning of 88. And it's like we didn't have a Disney store. I made $238 every 2 weeks, right? Disneyland was 100 miles away. I didn't have a car. So we get out on the island. He goes, Disney, did you get those Mickey Mouse ears? I said, well, about that, sir. He goes, you didn't fail the mission. No, sir, I will see you at 5 a.m. in the morning. We're staying up till 1 o'clock doing weapons cleaning, training, all that stuff. You got to get up at 4:30 to be ready for the 5 o'clock swim. So I stayed up for another 40 minutes or so in the galley. That's cafeteria for the rest of the people. And I made these out of cardboard, aluminum foil, pipe cleaners, and a Sharpie. If I could, I would never be without a Sharpie. Yeah.
That's not a cake on the bottom, is it? Is that like a hat?
No. So that was supposed to be a Mickey Mouse ears hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get the ears, but the bottom,
silver?
and you said you were in the kitchen, so I almost thought.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can see the.
Yeah.
No, that was the hat that sat on my head, and then the ears protruded from it, right? Here you go, Jack.
It's like Mickey Mouse ears, yeah.
Kinda. Yeah. I wish I kept them. They would have gotten crushed in the bag, but that's all right. I could have unfolded them.
The ears kind of look like giant burnt waffles.
Yeah, giant burnt. You're right. Yeah, that's fantastic. But if you saw that, right, you're going to go, oh, of course those are Mickey Mouse ears, right? So it did a fair representation given the short order of everything. So where were we? We were at feeling seen, soothed, safe,
We were talking about the ACE, though, before this. Then we transitioned into talking about the desensitization.
I think it's desensitization.
Desensitization. There we go. I've got a GED, so of watching stuff online, and if there's any like data that suggests, is it every 3 murders I see online, is that one brother I found overdosed? Is there any preliminary data on that?
So I don't know you can make an exact correlation. Number one, because everybody experiences a traumatic event differently. There's 3 of us in this room. Let's say I hold you up with a gun, shove it into your nose, take your money. You give me your money and phone. I walk away. You're like, glad I didn't get killed. But Jack over there goes, holy crap. He could have killed me too. And he might have a different experience. Make sense?
Absolutely.
So direct exposure to life-threatening situations creates the trauma. Brene Brown says the difference between trauma and suffering is that trauma happens when we're alone. We're suffering alone. I agree with that because all healing takes place in relationships, whether that's physical or metaphysical, intellectual. There you go.
In summary, online exposure is an equivalent to being there in person. Direct witnessing usually poses a higher risk for severe chronic trauma, but the modern ease of accessing unfiltered, repeated graphic content means vicarious exposure can cause real, measurable harm, sometimes rivaling or exceeding direct effects in acute phases or for vulnerable groups. If you are regularly encountering this content and noticing impacts like anxiety, nightmares, or avoidance, limiting exposure, curating feeds, or seeking professional support can help mitigate it.
Yeah. Very much in line with the description of PTSD.
Yeah.
Manifestations and how to deal with it.
I watched, when I was 13, 3 Guys, 1 Hammer by accident. It wasn't by accident. I had an asshole friend that showed me. Are you familiar with this?
No.
3 Guys, 1 Hammer is this horrific video, and it's not funny, but it's kind of funny now because I had to rewatch it literally to process it, which just sounds like a joke. But, for 10 years, I didn't ever look it up. But once I realized I could deal with it, I slept in my brother's room after I watched it for like 2 months. Mm-hmm. And you know what else hurt is I remember my mom was so mad at me for watching it instead of comforting. Mm-hmm. Shout out, love you, Mom. But that really hurt because it was, just the anger rather than the comfort. I was so scared. But it's this Ukrainian teens. I think there's 3 of them. And they like weigh this guy down with a sandbag. So I think they knock him unconscious, and then they put this giant sandbag over him so he can't move. And then they beat him with a sledgehammer, and he's still awake. He's got like some agonal respirations, and then they stab his eyes out with a screwdriver. I might be traumatized.
That sociopathic behavior, and watching that would definitely shift your schema about the safety in the world.
Yeah, definitely about Ukraine.
You can attach it there. There's a lot of connections.
Ignorant opinion about Ukraine forever.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. Oh, that's what Ukrainians do. Mm-hmm. Ergo. Yeah, I can see that. So that's a perfect anecdotal or single case study to support your hypothesis that, it can create trauma. And that is vicious, violent, and sociopathic. And so, And kids you looked that up 10 years ago?
I was probably 13, so it was 18 years ago.
Yeah. So now imagine what the kids are looking at now.
I mean, but like I said, almost borderline comical. That was in 240 pixels.
Yeah. So, Jack, will you search how many people have viewed Charlie Kirk's death online?
God, I'm probably half the views. I hate it. You said that it really hit home because I did. I had to watch it so many times. I just couldn't fucking believe it, dude. Pardon my language.
Well,
I could not believe it.
It is absolutely grotesque and sociopathic, and you're just like, oh my gosh, that really happened, you know?
Anatomically, physically, it doesn't make sense either. You know, sometimes you see a death that makes sense, but sometimes you see them and it just does not make sense.
I think next paragraph up, it said a conservative estimate for total. So 1.5 million plus on some YouTube uploads.
17 million on TikTok, 15 million on Instagram.
10 to 20 million on direct footage clips.
I doubt you'll be able to find this. Can you find out how many of those, just do the TikTok, how many of the TikToks were minors?
Yeah. So we're talking about trauma. I'm talking about adverse childhood experience. Now the typical American kid who does not live in what we previously would consider the violent hood.
There's not great data on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
They're getting exposed to some of this violence, right? A lot of it. And I'm saying, please stop. If you know kids, try to influence, please stop. It's not going to do any good. It's not going to do any good. I saw it once, it stuck in my head. I don't have nightmares. I don't avoid things other than a replay of it. That kind of stuff happens. So that, well, I wanted to say that never happened in the America that I grew up in, but it did. MLK, JFK.
Yeah.
They tried to assassinate Reagan. You know, this is not the civil society. Here's what makes America great, and it comes down to this: safety, and that is disintegrating. And if we lose that safety and order, that's when we lose the American dream, because you cannot function, you cannot do anything that we want to do to flourish as human beings, even survive, if we're not safe. It's not going to happen. And it's to what degree we're lacking safety. I mean, I grew up in the city. I came back to Kansas City. Grew up on the mean streets of Kansas City. Went to KU for a couple of years. We heard about that stellar, right? And then 2 years after, I went into the Navy and the SEAL teams. And I came back to Kansas City eventually because my family's here, like I said. Prayers out to my sister. By the time this posts, she will be in recovery. Her name is Diana, fighting cancer.
Shout out Diana. I know you're going to do amazing.
She's tough. She's tough. And she's also got an incredibly beautiful heart. She heroically gives sometimes to her own detriment. You know? It is said givers need to draw boundaries because takers never will. You know, we're Friday the 13th of February. She's going to be fighting this fight for 2 years more, you know. And we want beautiful, good people to live, right?
We need them.
Yeah.
Now more than ever.
Yeah. Pushing back the tide of evil. Because like we said, I breathe, slow down, calm down, grow up into my empathy mind so I can get close, serve, and love my neighbor. She's done that in spades all her life. She reminds me of my grandmother Disney, who was a beautiful woman. She ended up being a single mother. And she worked in the cafeteria, the food service at the hospital in Nevada, Missouri, and we would go down there. And I would go out and shoot my gun and come back and grab a piece of candy because she always had candy. She went through the depression. She told herself she would never be without candy again. She worked hard. Her last name was Ozenberger before she was married, so she had a strong German constitution. And she would whistle the most beautiful hymns while she sat there and made the best fried chicken ever, right? And I would come in, Mr. Warp Speed, and I would always stop and hug her around the waist. One of my greatest memories, you know. And it's that kind of thing that gives us the safety. Again, we're lacking that in our society, and it's causing all of these deflections from humanity. Make sense? So we go back to the adverse childhood experiences. And the third one, did an adult person at least 5 years older than you ever commit a sexually offensive or sexual assault, whether it's attempted or any of the perpetrations? Sexual way, make a child touch them in a sexual way, or had sex or tries to have sex with a child. So this is prevalent, and I will tell you that a lot more is coming out on this. Again, back to the Sean Ryan podcast, a lot of his interviewees will talk that are in special operations. I mean, pipe-hidden, incredible protectors, right? Go back and say, yeah, I was sexually abused, you know. There is a great documentary that is out on Netflix. It is called In Waves and War. It's a quote from Odysseus, the Odyssey. And it says, I have suffered much in waves and war. And so a guy named Marcus Capone and his wife Amber Capone. Marcus was a Tier 1 operator, bad PTSD. And I'll put it this way. I don't want to pejoritize, but it's bad. Extreme, significant PTSD. And they were the last shot, and they found this alternate treatment, ibogaine, which we'll talk about because there's a Missouri bill coming into play. They're voting on it very soon in this session to use opioid settlement money, $50 million, I think. I haven't read the bill. I'm going to do that soon because I get the honor of serving and testifying on Monday, the 16th. But they'll use money from that opioid bill. So Texas took $50 million and funded research with veterans using ibogaine to test for treatment of PTSD. Because what they're finding with the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapies, ibogaine in particular, is neuroplasticity, reduction of PTSD symptoms, physical symptoms, cessation of substance abuse, emotional regulation, decrease in suicidality. I got off track, and I'm sorry. So in Waves and War, they go through that with Marcus and DJ Shipley, who's another Tier 1 operator, and a guy named Matty Roberts. Matty did it for the first time. DJ had done it 2 times before. And they reveal in there that it gets back to childhood. Spoiler alert, Matty Roberts, big, bad Tier 1 operator, just breaks down. He said, it happened in childhood. And I swore I would never feel scared again. So I made myself the biggest, baddest mamma jamma on the block. And it broke that open. So it gets back to this. I will tell you personally, in my clinical experience, and that sexual abuse, especially at a young age, has such a profound effect on the human psyche in terms of their competence, worth, lovability, agency, choice, power, vulnerability. If it gets broken at an early age, it has profound effects for the rest of their lives, probably more than anything else I've ever seen.
Why? Why so much the sexual abuse does it disrupt the entire regulation of everything else outside of it? Like, one would say, obviously, that can dysregulate your intimacy. It can dysregulate, your ability to be empathetic. But you just listed it as probably the number one contributor of complete disruption of your psyche. Did you not?
That's my clinical assessment. Yeah. It's the most profound.
Why does a sexual abuse disrupt that way?
So, depending on the gender, it has, so for the masculine energy, having the power to be able to set boundaries and sustain order gets disrupted by the fact that I don't have choice in this, and I don't have power in it, and I'm one down. So sex is very much about power. I mentioned this earlier, right? And when it's taken from a person, they don't have a choice. And then they start believing, well, this is what I'm good for. And then other people start to pick that up, right, in posture. And like predators know that. They'll come up to kids, and if they show this passive demeanor, they're like, here's the fish I'm going to set the hook in. And they become victims. And it's typically because they've been demeaned through sexual abuse earlier in life. For the feminine, it's a little different dynamic, but very, very similar and very, very powerful. No less powerful, no less damaging. Because typically in sexual assault on women, it's penis to vagina. Sexual assault on men, it's sodomy, penis to anus. Which is, that's supposed to only work one way. So you see that a lot in very sociopathic societal settings, like prison. It's all about power over. It's all about who's going to be the man and who's going to be submitted. And it's, so we have categorically 5 greatest fears in life. Annihilation, which is death. Mutilation, which is injury. Separation, again, that attachment that I talked about. Autonomy or choice. If we lose our choice, right, horribly fear-inducing. And then death of ego, which includes our competence, worth, and lovability. And you look at that, and there's 4 of the 5, all but death. And it could even include a perception of dying, right? So it's very interesting. Dissociation happens in those traumatic events where people often say, I saw myself floating above myself just watching it, and I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel the anguish of the event. That's a protective mechanism, but it develops a part in us that then can repeat over and over and over. Okay. I don't know if you've explored that in other segments of your podcast or in other ventures around mental health that you've been exposed to, but it's pretty prominent. It's pretty prominent. I think this one is, it's one that's really tips my hat.
If someone was minimally traumatized, is that a dumb term to say? I think because everybody experiences some type of trauma, right? But if they experience what is most ordinary, what is the natural progression of power and control for someone to eventually be healthy?
So typically this is a process I often go through as a psychotherapist, which is, number one, we have to look at our nervous system. Our nervous system is this array of messaging, both send and receive signals in our body. It is pervasive through our whole body. The metaphor that I like to say is we've all seen maps of lights over Europe at night, right? This big network, right, I think T-Mobile used to use that in a commercial. Overlay that on your body, and your body holds on to the information, not just in our brain, right, the hippocampus, but in our body in total. This is a great segue to get to my story about my friend who came over to have dinner. He comes over and he has this knot in his neck, in his trapezius. I'm like, we'll sit down, I'll work it out, because I've done body work. And so I start doing it. I do myofascial and I do cross fiber, and it feels like a lacrosse ball. And I'm like, how long has this happened? Remember, history is the key to diagnosis in medicine. Oh, it happened on Thursday. I'm like, Thursday? Why Thursday? Oh, I was at work. What happened at work? Well, a guy tried to resist arrest. Really? Did it go bad? Yeah, he went for my gun. Did you win? Yes, I won. I said, good, you should. He didn't know it. This was Saturday at my house. But from Thursday to Saturday, he held on to that trauma in his body. And on Saturday, when we got through that story and I was working on it, I said, well, do you feel safe? Yes, of course. You'll see it. I'm a cop who's going to fork me in your house. Within seconds, like less than 15 seconds, that knot released and his muscle went back to smooth, isotensive state. And he stands up and he goes, I got to go. I go, what do you mean you got to go? He goes, I got to go. I go, I don't even put the chicken on the grill. He goes, I got to go. So he goes to the bathroom, comes out 10 minutes later. He goes, I don't know what happened. This let go, that let go. Like, when was the last time you had a bowel movement? He goes, Thursday. I always take care of business before I go on duty. When he hears this podcast, he and all his friends who are KCMO cops will know exactly who I'm talking about. Most people say I replicate his articulation or elocution accurately. And he goes, I don't know what happened when this let go in my trap and that let go. I'm like, yeah. So what we find is the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is polyvagal. So it gets us into the excited sympathetic state and the relaxed rest digest. So fight, flight, freeze, or rest digest, parasympathetic state. And he had actually remained in a quasi-sympathetic state from Thursday to Saturday.
Oh, my God.
It was just so normal to him. He didn't think it was that abnormal. This is another thing when it comes to trauma and all the exposure. When the abnormal becomes normal and the normal becomes abnormal or uncomfortable, there's been a shift. There's a problem. We need to attend to it. Okay, we need to get our hands in the wheelbarrow and clean up the BS. Got it? Not our fault, our responsibility. Now, I know plenty of people that would admit that I've created BS in their life, and I would admit to that too, and I would be happy to help clean that up. But there's a lot that we get in our wheelbarrow that we didn't put there, but we've been told it's ours. Okay, so when we get into the sexual abuse or any of these other aspects, it instigates a traumatic response. And this is a gradated. It doesn't always have to be 10, like hair on fire. It can be a 7, but it can still be pretty impactful. I think that gets to the gist of your question. A lesser trauma versus a major trauma. You can get accumulation of this trauma. So think of charges to the nervous system, right? You get a lot of millivolts, they add up to volts. You can get high voltage, and it'll charge your nervous system pretty high. Having somebody go for your gun in a life-threatening situation, that's a pretty high voltage situation, right? So that some of that was still left in a system. Follow? So that's where we need to regulate the system and the self-care. I'll get to some of that. So we were kind of, did I answer your question?
Yeah, but on that note,
yeah,
just to push back just a bit, I'm kind of a hippie, so I'm tracking.
Awesome.
But when you say something like his body held trauma physically, you would agree that most people would say that's a bit French.
Well,
I don't think so. Just to be clear, I do not think so.
Good. I think agree. There's people out there that go, what do you mean? That's because we are not very attuned to our body. We have so much noise, so much going on. We actually don't know what's going on in our body. And I would say at this point, I'm going to do a little exercise. And this is where this picture comes into play. Jack, I don't know if you can see that, if you want to show that up there. Take a look at that as I talk about this.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll show it right after.
So I'm going to ask you to think of the last time that you were in this safe place with somebody that was just so easy to get along with. Maybe your best friend, maybe your spouse, somebody that you just felt safe, loved, and happy with. Maybe some excitement. And just take a deep breath and pay attention to the feelings that get instigated by that.
You want me to do this exercise live?
Oh, we're doing it.
All right, I'm going to do it right now. Let me put this down.
Yeah.
All right. I had a very recent one. All right.
So I will tell you, I love just standing there holding my wife. It just feels so comfortable, stopping, whatever it is, your peaceful place. Okay? Take a deep breath in. It feels pretty good, pretty open, pretty smooth, right? Now, think about the last time somebody cut you on in traffic or almost ran you off the road like they did when I came down here today. What happens to your nervous system? Well, I start to coalesce a lot of energy in my body and start feeling it in my chest. That's a perfect example. Look up there, top left, second, fear. Why? Because adrenaline starts pumping, and I remember the scene and relive it to a certain degree. This is an important thing because like firefighters and cops, firefighter, medic, cops, they will drive by the scene of an incident and have a recall of it, and it's a secondary trauma related to that. So they double down on it. And every time they drive by it and get triggered again to recall, it is an additional trauma built up in their nervous system. Okay. So when I think about the guy who almost ran me off the road in a white van near 635 on I-35 northbound today, I start to feel it in my chest. Why? Because the adrenaline starts to pump. My chest starts to pump, trying to get blood to my eyes and my skeletal muscles. If that doesn't get resolved within about 20 minutes, drop down to the bottom left, and anxiety, it builds up. Okay? If it still doesn't get resolved, go to the top left and you get anger. We start to energize our hands to take action on the threat. Okay? There's a reason that antelope, zebras, et cetera, don't get ulcers and don't have trauma. Because what they do is they run away from the threat, and when they get away and they get someplace safe, again, safety, key import, they will sit there and they will shake and tense their body, kind of like we do in REM sleep when we have these gesticulations, right? And they'll work out the energy in their body and discharge it. Okay? This is science. There's a great opus that's foundational for our current trauma paradigms right now and trauma treatment paradigms by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk. He's out of, I think, Mass General. He's got a trauma institute up in Boston. And he wrote a book called The Body Keeps the Score. And in that book, it's a longer book, probably about 600 pages, but you can listen to it like I do and then go hear him speak, and I got more of it. But he talks about this theory, and it matches up very clearly with Peter Levine's polyvagal theory, which is the sympathetic parasympathetic, right? Peter Levine developed somatic experiencing, and in the somatic experiencing treatment, people do kind of like the antelope or gazelle. They let their bodies, when they bring the recall back, they let their bodies do what they needed to do that maybe they didn't get them to do. Got that? So this is where I start, is where do you feel it in your body? Because that's where the memories are. And whether it's with eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, or another theory that I appreciate and utilize a lot, which is internal family systems developed by Dick Schwartz. And it's kind of esoteric because he uses language of parts. There's a lot of parts in here, in me, right? So if you think there's a part of me that it's a dad, part of me a husband, part of me a therapist, part of me a friend, part of me a SEAL, part of me an instructor, part of me whatever it may be, any role that I'm in. And what they say is at some point in life, there is something that threatens us. So when we're functioning out of how we should be, there's 8 C's, and I always forget them. I have to look them up. I've got a prompt right here. Sorry for the obnoxious sounds. So when you work out of self, there's courage, compassion, connectedness, creativity, confidence, curiosity, calmness, and clarity. A couple other ways I think about this: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, goodness, faithfulness, and self-control. Not fear, which is everything else we'll talk about. We looked up at there. But power, love, and sound mind. I like the simple form. We are functioning out of power, love, and a sound mind or self-control. Track?
Tracking.
Congruent? I knew you could. So what happens, and here's another diagram for you. This is the IFS diagram. So what happens is if an offense comes upon us, fear, shame, unworthiness, this is like a threatened child. And oftentimes, wherever we're at, even if it's in our modern day, it could take us all the way back to childhood. Okay? So where do you... there's an exercise called implicit childhood experience. So when I was 3 years old, I was walking with my mom at Loose Park, back then, Kansas City, Missouri. There we go. Yeah. So we're starting to describe an exile in the bottom left-hand corner, right? Yeah. So I sat down on the park bench,
there we go,
which they used to paint with oil-based paints. And my mother goes, "What are you doing? That's fresh paint. Can't you read?" And I was 3 years old, a lot of energy in my system. Obviously, I can recall it now. And I said, "No, I can't read," right? But I still remember it because there was shame to it. Should have already mastered everything. Should hide all my excrement. Should hide all my emotions. Those are the acronyms for shame. That's an ode or a homage to Dr. Tim Nelson, who was one of my professors and who has now succumbed to cancer. He was an incredible human being. I feel like I try to carry the torch for his mission.
Tim Nelson?
Dr. Tim Nelson. He and Dr. Jen Nelson were married, and they both taught in the MFT program in Friends University here in Kansas City. So very grateful for them. So Dr. Tim talked about shame. Should have already mastered everything. Okay. And so I felt a lot of shame. I felt that in my body. When I recall that scene, and now it's like, 57 years later, I get a little bit of it in my gut. Now, the adult in me says, well, you couldn't read, logically, it's an accident. It's going to happen. You're imperfect. But I still get a little bit of that twinge in the gut, which is often where shame exists or it resides and hold in the body. And that's an example of how the body holds on to those memories. They're there. You don't have to agree with them, but once we admit that there's a problem and start moving toward it, we can start cleaning that up. And there is a way to clean it up, and we'll be getting to that. Did I miss anything so far?
No.
Okay. So in response to feeling the shame, I go to the top left where there's a manager. A manager is proactive. So if I strive to be perfect, then I won't feel shame. Nobody can. But if I do, like one of them is in a different graphic is self-criticism. Well, if I put myself down, then nobody else can really beat me to the punch, right? Gosh, idiot, right? How many times do we self-talk like that? So this is when I'm trying to protect myself from shame by shaming myself. So this is what happens dynamically is the very thing we do to try to protect ourselves from the injury creates the injury or insult. I'm criticizing myself to protect myself from shame, which is self-shaming. Okay? Follow that?
Yeah, it's just you're creating constant secondary injury for a problem that you're trying to correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So think about hypervigilance, right? Everything becomes a threat. We want to feel safe, so we're hypervigilant, but we're anxious, so we're not feeling safe. Do you see the self-fulfilling process?
Absolutely.
So this happens. So the managers are proactive, and when things get really bad, so managers put up a fence, and when, like somebody might have been sexually assaulted and they said, well, I'll never let anybody do that again. A very common thing is the victim, and they're victims, will let their physical appearance go. They may not shower, lose hygiene, they may gain weight, become unattractive, not wear anything that's complimentary or attractive, so that'll never happen again. Make sense? Okay, that's a proactive manager. But if it does happen, then this is where the firefighters come in. You guys know firefighters, right? They respond to the alarm, they rush in, they hose everything down, tear everything down, make sure there's no latent embers, and high-five themselves for the destruction they incurred. How am I doing?
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the most in-depth description of shame that I've ever personally received. Firefighters, this is an analogy, not real firefighters.
Yeah.
Both, but it tripped me up. It tripped me up for a minute because I go, well, all of these others are descriptors of shame. Why are they singling out firefighters?
So
I should have just read it.
Yeah.
I like this. So it's an analogy.
Yeah.
The firefighter portion's an analogy.
Here's firefighter behaviors: abusing substances. Again, trying to relieve the pain so somebody feels unworthy of love. So they look at pornography. When they're done with that, they feel ashamed. So to avoid shame, they engage in something that creates shame. This is a negative feedback loop. Okay. First step to any addictive behavior is abstinence. That's our choice to intercept that, and we have to do it. Again, I can't poop for you. Everybody has to do it. Everybody has to make that choice to choose abstinence. You and I talked about abstaining from alcohol. That's a choice. I have found that the more that we discipline ourselves in one area, the discipline character expands everywhere. Okay. I had a buddy in the teams, Forrest Walker, who said the way you do anything is the way you do everything, right? So if we practice discipline, and Jocko's big on it, Jocko Willink, he said discipline equals freedom, right? There's the structure and the growth. See the correlation there? So firefighters abusing substances, attempting suicide, binging on food, affairs, dissociating, daydreaming, distraction, cutting. They're trying to get us away from the pain that the exile has felt in any given circumstance.
Do you want to go to self before I have a question, but I'm going to let you finish here, and then you want me to go now? I'll go now.
Ask your question.
Yeah, I just I'm curious the correlation between like when you drink alcohol and then you do something stupid and then you immediately the next day regret it. But in that time that you've consumed the alcohol, why does that feel so comfortable?
So we're talking about the nervous system. What does alcohol do to the central nervous system? Depresses it.
Yeah.
So whatever anxiety that we're feeling, we relax from it. Got it?
Yeah.
It feels good at the time, but it's not good for us.
Is that embarrassment the same thing as shame in this particular setting? Just to get into the weeds.
So I differentiate between shame and guilt. Guilt is healthy. I did something wrong. Shame is I am wrong. Follow that?
Yep.
What was the word you used?
Embarrassment.
Embarrassment. I would put that in the shame category.
Okay.
I am wrong. I'm exposed. I'm naked and exposed. Who's looking at me? If we went back to that array of the bodies and the emotions in the bodies that were surveyed on there, the oranges and yellows and blues, right? When you look at the shame, it looks like an alien. All the energy is in the eyes. Who's looking at me, right? Embarrassment. Follow that? So, yeah. So, shame is the bottom row, second from the right. And it's got all this energy up top, like who's looking at me? I'm exposed. So what do? We run and we hide. Okay. So there's a great parallel with the narrative of Adam and Eve. Most people have heard this Adam and Eve story in the garden. They ate the apple. They realized they were naked and ashamed. What did they do? They put on fig leaves. Well, fig leaves are irritants to the human body. I tell people, think about cactus underwear. That's what it felt like. Okay. So in other words, to hide their shame, they put on something that irritated them. Got that? So that can be the managers or the firefighters, the extreme reactive versus the proactive managers trying to protect us. So if I strive for all the qualifications to be the best guy, be the best shot, be whatever, then people can't call me less than or not good enough. Got that?
Yep.
It may or may not be the authentic self. Some people, we see people doing very extreme things. Like you're like, how can they do that? And they're doing it to prove that nobody can hurt them. Is that really who they are?
Overcompensatory mechanism.
That's where my assumption would be. I'd be very curious about that. The other thing is once somebody works themselves into that identity, it's very scary to work themselves out of it. Right? Think about alcoholics. I lost all my friends. They weren't really friends, but if I quit drinking, I won't have any friends. They work themselves into an identity. And that's where the community of AA is really very powerful, is because it creates connection, relationship. And it creates the kind of connection, relationship that facilitates support and recovery. I heard on a Sean Ryan show, and I forget the guy's name, I really liked him. He was a highly respected guy from the unit. And he got sober in the Ranger Battalion barracks. And he goes, I was in recovery there. And Sean goes, what are you recovering? Everybody says recovery. And he goes, simple, myself. And that's where we come back to Dr. Schwartz. What is the self? That is me being power and love and a sound mind. And that's what we're trying to recover, especially with people who have heroically took on so much, like shield bearers do, firefighters, first responders, police. We're recovering self when we get our hands in and turn that manure into fertilizer for growth. We actually become a stronger self, but we come back to ourselves. Are you guys experiencing that in your processes?
I'd say absolutely.
Okay.
But I also, to add an addition, not to speak for him, but one of the hardest things for me to realize was that the process is not linear.
It's not.
For some reason, that was such a struggle for me. I don't know why, but it was almost heartbreaking when I came to that realization. It was enlightening, but it was heartbreaking. Mm-hmm. When I realized the process was not linear and that almost like a graph, the dips could be just as severe as the rises. Mm-hmm. You may not be at step 1 again, mm-hmm. but when you fall from step 7 to step 5, that might feel like you just fell to 0.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was very difficult for me to grasp.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this would be a good time to segue into eliminating the shit from the barrel.
Okay.
And some of those steps.
Yeah.
But do you mind if we take a quick bio break?
Break, take 1.
Yes. All right, we good? Let's let this plane go over. Our annual flyby. Okay, all right. So we're going to circle back to the ACE, reiterate some things about the wheelbarrow concept, and then we'll get into some practicality of emptying the wheelbarrow.
Yeah, how do we turn that into fertilizer?
Yeah.
Right, and make some good growth. So we talked about sexual abuse. I think it's very, very, very profound. Violence in the home. Nobody feels safe in that. You look at Good Will Hunting, and one of my favorites, and it'll talk about that. Substance use problems at home. If you look up AA and Al-Anon, they'll talk about the dysfunction of the system that leaves children either parentified, so they have to fulfill the responsibilities that the abusing or addicted parent is neglecting, or they will feel absolutely subjugated. It's very, very powerful. Well, unfortunate. And a lot of people get trained into the role that they're currently in. A lot of people, if there's discomfort in relationships or your profession, your work, there might be worthwhile time spent on figuring out why you believe what you believe. So the BS is not just BS, but it's a belief system, right? We talked about sexual abuse, and people believe that that's their role, okay? Substance use problems, mental health problems, again, very similar. If a parent is depressed, they're not available for the attachment and all the safety and, food, clothing, shelter, love. Okay.
Can I stop you on those just in case we miss the substance and the mental health? You kind of said that they're going to grow from their environment. I didn't say exactly how you did, but that's more nurture. Is there a genetic factor to be predisposed to substance abuse and mental health issues?
So nature, nurture, the answer is yes. Okay. And everybody's different. There's no absolutes. I believe that both are always in play. How much is very different with every person, every circumstance, okay? So I was working with somebody not long ago, and their parent was very demeaning and said, "You will never amount to anything." And they're an exceptional person, an exceptionally capable professional, like impressive, right? Professional, allied health. And so they remembered very early on saying, "I'm not going to live like them. I'm going to work my way out. I'm going to take what I've been given and work my way out of this." That's exactly what they did. That's sometimes the stress of adverse experiences can be the very stress that makes us grow, right? So you never know what spark exists in every human soul. And that spark may take adversity and create growth. Fair?
Yeah. Would you say on that a horrific environment has the ability to make an extraordinary person, but the probability of that might be more limited? So, like, if I grow up in a broken household, not just, the basics, and we're poor, EBT, things like that, but I do have drug use. I do have 2 depressed parents that aren't emotionally available. One thing I said on here, and I was talking to somebody, you don't want your kids to struggle, but sometimes it's the struggle that really can build an extraordinary character. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of what you were saying, but do you find that those cases are more limited than for them to just fall suit into the ordinary of what their environment already was?
So there is a spectrum of too little stress creates atrophy and sloth. Too much stress can create anxiety or breakage. The right amount of stress, and it's varied for everybody, it really is important for the growth. Okay, so as you were speaking there, one of the things that came to my mind is the Hanoi Hilton. Have you heard of the Hanoi Hilton? So the Hanoi Hilton was in Hanoi, Vietnam, and it housed mostly aviators because they were shot down. It was deep into Vietnam. And there was an interesting study done. I got to remember the statistics. Jack might be able to look up the statistics of... so in the survivors of Hanoi Hilton, they came out with, I believe, a 3 to 5% rate of PTSD. In the worst circumstances, prisoners of war, every one of them multiple year, and 4%, so it's 3 to 5, as compared to the average PTSD of Vietnam soldiers, American soldiers in Vietnam, I believe was around 25 to 30%. Can you track that? So, Vietnam veterans, PTSD statistics or rates. And so how did people in the worst place who spent multiple years, so they're about 25% subthreshold PTSD, 15% full PTSD. Okay. Lifetime 30%. So they were about 1/10 the rate of a soldier that was in Vietnam for 1, maybe 2 years. And they were in Hanoi Hilton, worst conditions, powerless, right? Injury, right? So we look at the fears, annihilation, mutilation, separation, loss of autonomy, death of ego. And the way they did it is there's a program called, I'll think about it, but I'll find it and get it back here. Boulder Crest, and they talk about post-traumatic growth. They've got a book called Lessons Learned from PTSD. Their book is Struggle Well. And so they say, how did they do that? Okay, number one was community. Absolutely. They confessed their sins. They went and got broken in torture, and they shared secrets. They came back and said, what did you say? And they go, okay, brother, we just want to know what you told them so we can construct our... And they became coalesced. They came tightly bonded. They created a communication system of tapping on the walls to be able to communicate. There was one guy who swept the floor all the time, singing the names and social security numbers of everybody who had been in there. Why? They had purpose, they had connection, and they had mercy and grace. That's what they said. And when somebody was broken, they comforted them. Very human, very human. Sacrificed themselves. So Admiral James Stockdale is the one who led that, and he set the example. Okay, so very austere. So that's an example of very austere and people not broken versus Vietnam, which was gross and ugly and bad, 30%. See the difference? Okay, so you have some variance there. Did I hit that question for you?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, back to the ACE then.
Back to the ACE. We have depression, mental health, emotional neglect. So we talked about being seen, soothed, safe, and secure, being attached. If you don't create an attachment in childhood, it probably won't, certainly the first 5 years, but probably 3 to 4 years. If you don't have that attachment built, it's going to be very, very hard. A lot around that. Okay. It's very, very essential, very baseline. So emotional neglect, physical neglect, right? Doesn't have basic needs, including food, clothing, shelter, doctor. Divorce or separation of parents. I'm going to hit on something here because there's a lot of people out there divorced, separating. There are 3-4 rules to help children do best. Not perfect, almost as well as if the parents were in a reasonable marriage. One is proximity, so the kid doesn't have to travel all over the place. 2 is 50-50 custody. Remember, everybody needs both masculine and feminine influence in their life. No bad mouthing of the other parent, because let's say your parents get divorced and what your mom says about your dad, you will start to believe about yourself. It's gender congruent. So a female would start to believe the bad things said about her mom. Okay, so no bad mouthing. And the other one is co-parenting. That's just therapy that they should have been doing all along, but they now have to do it. But they need to do co-parenting therapy for the kids. This is to help the kids do almost as well. That comes from a book called The Boy Crisis, Dr. Warren Farrell, The Boy Crisis. So divorce, separation, having a household member go to prison. Okay.
On the divorce or separation, is there an age group where it's more prevalent that they're going to be affected by it?
I don't know that data. There may be. I don't know that data. Yeah. I would venture a guess, a hypothesis, that earlier would be more impactful because they, number one, where it's more critical to have stability, it's lost. Number 2 is they have more years of protracted disintegration of their safety units. Make sense? That would be my hypothesis. I don't know the data on it, though. Okay. So having a household member go to prison, right? Doesn't matter who it is. I've had people who was a parent. I've had people who it was a sibling. And it affects them. It's also an indices of the unhealth or dis-ease in the family. Okay? So that's a foundational thing. And when we talk about, I'm going to read the firefighter syndrome questionnaire. If you could put that up, Jack, that would be very helpful. And
operatorship.
Yeah, operator syndrome's fine. Do we have the firefighter syndrome? Okay. Okay, no, that's all right. We'll go with this because it's very similar. One of the big differences with firefighter is toxic. So they talk about toxic exposure. So toxic exposure, traumatic brain injury, hormonal dysfunction, sleep disturbance, chronic pain, obstructive sleep apnea disturbance, right? Depression, anxiety, anger, substance abuses, hypervigilance, post-traumatic stress disorder, perceptual system impairments, hearing, vision, balance. So when your nervous system is affected, it's going to affect all of your senses, right? All of your 5 senses, okay, as well as your 6th sense, right? So worry, marital, family dysfunction, cognitive impairment. You can get that from TBI. So I had the honor. So little backstory. My dad was a lawyer, and I grew up in a powder blue leisure suit in the 70s, watching him prosecute a guy for LSD distribution, illegal LSD distribution. So you can imagine. I'm familiar with a courtroom, but I had the honor of bearing witness for somebody who was a firefighter paramedic, injured in the line of duty, and it had a lot of these aspects to it. TBI, cognitive, and so it starts to bleed over on the other things: sexual health or performance, being on guard, marital and family, intimacy concerns, memory, concentration, perceptual distance, existential concerns, grief, loss, guilt, moral injury, survivor's guilt, loss of tribe. Okay, so many people, when they get out of their service, whichever it is, really that loss of tribe, it's gone like that. Imagine somebody who's in combat developing these incredible bonds with people because they're fighting for each other, life and death on the line. and all of a sudden they get injured, they get flown to Ramstein, and then they get back to the unit, and then they get discharged from the military. Never again to see these people that they had these incredible, they would call blood brother lines, right? That's a big attachment rupture. And it can have a great grief. It's like losing somebody. It really is like death. So there's a grief process to go through that will help that. We're getting to the resolution point with all this because the mission of Camp David is to create a community of the brave, healing together, and returning to service. The important part about that last part is it may not be the same service you were in before, but as long as you're alive, you have a purpose and a service to humanity. And that's something to hold on to. And where you're at today doesn't necessarily mean that's where you'll be tomorrow. You may not see the purpose today, but it's only when we live our life forward that we realize it backward. That's what Soren Kierkegaard said. And we have to give ourselves a chance to get forward so we can look backward and go, okay, I see that. I know many people who have struggled with suicidality, which we talked about earlier, and have given themselves the chance to move forward and say, I am glad I didn't do it. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody who hasn't said that. Even though there's a challenge ahead of us. Why? Because challenge builds growth. Growth is new adventures. Growth is a new life. I'm not going to be the same person that I am today 5 years from now. That's what I expect. But if I don't give myself the chance to do that, and there's going to be challenge and pain and difficulty, if I don't give myself a chance to do that, then what am I missing out of? We don't know. We don't know. We can't answer that question. So this is where the recovery comes into. So our basic, and I'm going to say that there is a multitude of treatments. I use the word modalities. There's a multitude of treatments that can be done and can be done all at the same time that will help the more you're doing it. Right? So if you just get IVs, your body will benefit from that. You do IVs and antibiotics, you're going to benefit more from that. You do antibiotics, IVs, and electrolytes. There's a tertiary modality that's going to have a greater benefit overall. You get oxygen on top of that. You see what I'm saying? So there's so many different modalities that we're finding, one of which we talked about earlier, ibogaine and the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. I will tell you, I've seen that save people's lives. It is not the end-all, be-all. It is a medicine. I believe it's a sacred medicine. It needs to be done respectfully. It needs to be done with wisdom and guidance and overwatch and legally. Otherwise, it gets abused. One of the mantras in the SEAL teams was, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Moderation is for cowards. Right? So I'm a big fan of puppy uppers. I like that which makes life exciting. So which can be another addiction and another manager, because adrenaline can be a dopamine and serotonin dump that gets us distracted from our pain, right? So you get adrenaline junkies. So in these modalities, let's talk about some basic ones. So number one is how to keep, I'm trying to find the note that the picture I came up with. So number one is admit there's a problem and get into community, whether that's dyadic with one other person, dyad meaning two, in therapy. And there's a big stigma about therapists in the shield bearers demographic. Part of it is they're afraid they're going to call them crazy when they talk about the dead baby that they had to fish out of the toilet bowl. They can't handle the fact that, they had to do some grotesque procedure on somebody to save their lives. They fear they're going to be judged. And I understand that. Professionals, not all of them, professionals are trained to be the non-anxious presence in an anxious situation so that a person can be safe. Number one is to get an alliance with somebody. Having somebody that you feel safe and seen and soothed with is what we call alliance. They get you. I'm trying to get to that picture. Okay. A good friend of mine is trying to put this together as a protocol for KCFD and do a study with 40 firefighters that will, I'm trying to think, he's going to do a test run over, I think, I'm going to say 6 weeks, 40 firefighters, very intensive stuff, right?
Okay.
A lot of it has to do, so number one, when somebody comes in and I will say, I use the phrase hot. They're really hot with trauma, okay? I'm going to work on educating for the nervous system and emotional intelligence, which is the ability to appraise, regulate, and express, and then help them do regulation. Mindfulness. I have something called a shift wave chair. We'll throw that up later. Sensory deprivation tanks, they call REST, restricted environmental stimuli tanks, REST. Things that will, meditation, yoga, do slow things to counteract the speed. Make sense? That's regulating, degaussing all this bleeding, all this heat and energy off of our nervous system. Getting in community, people that can help us to do that on a day-to-day basis. Sleep. It's the foundation of life. I have a recommendation. Look at Huberman's Sleep podcast. It is fantastic. I put it in a condensed note. That's what we start off with. Sleep is the foundation of life. That's where we repair and prepare for the next day. We have to do that to be able to do anything that we're doing. Okay, and that has to be done in a safe place. So there's a lot of aspects to it. So I don't want to go too far down that road. We have to have physical exercise. Have to have it. Okay. I had a client I worked with the other day. He goes, I was walking all day. This is a client who's been infirmed for quite some time, so he's injured. And he walked almost all day long. And he goes, God, I feel good today. And I'm like, yeah. You got your body moving all day long. You got stuff moving that got it out that shouldn't be there, got the good stuff to where it should be going, your fluids, your lymph out, your body, your brain, your outside, sunshine, get moving. Our bodies are incredible. We got to get them moving. And the hard part is we usually work to get our bodies moving, like I got to do this workout. When we were kids, you know how we got exercise? Play. Exactly, which are two of the elements of Dr. Daniel Siegel's Healthy Mind Platter, which talks about sleep, exercise, mental time, so intellectual, inward time, like the mindfulness, downtime, play, and connection. The latter two, play and connection. You look at kids anywhere, and that's what they do in an organic way. They're ready to sleep. They just lay down and sleep wherever they're at, right? And they'll go to the park and they'll just start playing with somebody. And you'll ask them, especially when they're small, who's that? My new best friend. Oh, what's their name? I don't know. We were just playing, and you separate into like energy to persons, right? And that's what they do. And we don't do that much. And so that's where humor comes in. I love improv, and because life's improvisational, it's not scripted, right? So we have to have those 7 elements. Again, Dr. Daniel Siegel's Healthy Mind Platter. You start out with that, and the psychotherapy. The psychotherapy is building the alliance. There are things, if people are what I would call really hot, I cannot say never, but I would rather rely on internal natural mechanisms to reconstitute homeostasis, so bring us back to safety and balance. I would rather rely on natural pathways than pharmacological. But there are times pharmacological are needed, okay? One of the big ones is, they talk about SSRIs, which their efficacy, look at the science before you make a decision on those. Anxiolytics to get the anxiety down. The diazepines have shown themselves to be very dangerous. Getting off of chronic use of them can result in death. Jordan Peterson went through that about 5 years ago, I think. Had to go to Russia and be put in a coma just to be DT'd from, the diazepines he was on. You have other compounds that are psychoactive that can be helpful. Not ruling that out. But can we regulate it by a good life? A better life, a right life? And this is hard to do. It's like fixing a plane in flight, right? You still have to go to work.
Would you say, before you get off the medications, that a good generalization is that although incredibly effective, the problem usually comes from titrating off? And that the understanding and knowing how to safely do that and the want to do that once you're feeling good on an SSRI, people have a hard time titrating off those medications.
It can be challenging, and that's why you should always do it under the care of a licensed medical professional.
Mm-hmm. Well, you said about SSRIs, look at the research. What were you implying when you said that?
I have seen some research and consulted with some medical professionals who don't believe their efficacy is as professed.
In what aspect? Like acutely or in the long run? Because we know without a doubt that in the long run, there's an abuse of them that might be almost impossible to correct. With their mechanism of action and how they work, you might be doing very long-term damage. But are you also saying that using them acutely might not be as effective as what we're believing at this time?
So I'm speaking in generalities, not in specificity, acute versus long-term. Again, consult a licensed medical doctor who prescribes those. Okay. I don't work with them much when I can't prescribe. It's not my role. It's not my licensing. When I work with people who are on them, we try to get them off them. My belief is this. You can debate this a lot of different ways. Like with alcohol, were you born drinking alcohol?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. I don't believe I was. And so is that something I want to continue? Was I born using diazepines? If I wasn't, even in my young adult, then there are some conditions that are absolutely necessitate pharmacological intervention. Don't get me wrong. My position and hope is if we can return to normalization, right, with that does not rely on them, I'd rather have my patient, my client, doing that. There's a book called Brain Energy by Dr. Christopher Palmer, MD. He's out of Harvard, and he had a schizophrenic patient who he tried to treat, and it was very, very, very difficult. And they did some very strong medications, and they weren't getting a lot of success. And he did some research and found that at one point, they utilized the ketogenic diet to treat schizophrenia. And so he proposed that to his client and said, what if we work on your weight loss? Because this guy was like 320 pounds. He was morbidly obese. And the patient said, yeah, if I can't get better in my head and still have all these voices and the schizophrenic manifestations, at least I won't lose weight. And Dr. Palmer, again, on Dr. Huberman, shares this. It's a great podcast. So Dr. Palmer got him on the ketogenic diet. And, adherence is a really difficult thing. So for this guy to do this is just heroic for himself. And he lost weight. He lost like 120 pounds, something like that. And he Dr. Palmer reported that he came in and said, all those voices that I heard, I don't hear them anymore. All those things I was worried about, I'm not worried about them anymore. And it virtually resolved his schizophrenia. Again, quote the book, quote the podcast. But diet, what we put in ourselves, supremely important. So these are the things, and this is why Dr. Siegel only sticks with those 7, because everybody's talking about diet, so you can get that resource elsewhere. But diet's very important. It's also idiosyncratic. I mean, we're all different people, and we respond differently to the medicine of food. And so find the food that makes your body the healthiest. It's very important. Turn off the aforementioned kill games and study food, right? I'm a big meat eater. Some people go, oh, you're O negative. Of course you're a meat eater. I'm like, I don't know that perspective, but I sure do like red meat. And so those are the things that we start people trying to get them on, right? That healthy mind platter, that healthy lifestyle, the neuroregulation. 15 minutes a day is shown to be better and more effective on anything, right, than cramming 4 hours on a Saturday, right? So if we can integrate that, and I often, working with couples, I say, if we make love all day long, sexual intimacy won't be a problem at all. Making love is not just physical, though touch is it, right? But it's eye to eye, seen, soothed, safe, secure. Just stopping to hug somebody for 20 seconds, right? Telling them something pure, noble, true, just lovely that you noticed. Building them up, appreciating, gratitude. These are touch, acts of service, right? Words of affirmation. These are the things that we make love all day long. It's a beautiful relationship, and the intimacy will be better than ever. So the same thing with ourselves. If we give ourselves all these elements to make ourselves happy, make ourselves healthy, then we're going to get better. The other part is community and relationships.
Before we go to community and relationships, if you have somebody that's a victim of polypharmacy under a psychiatrist, what are you able to do to help them take those steps to eliminate those factors so you can begin your process? You just said you're not licensed to administer meds and they should do that. But do you have somebody that you work with? Or are you able to directly work with their psychiatrist to explain the aggressive steps that you're taking and why you want to begin to titrate them off those medications?
So in the state of Kansas, it is required by a licensed clinical marriage and family therapist to consult with a prescribing physician who is prescribing psychopharmacological drugs. So it's required, which I think is a wise practice. In Missouri, it is not. It's best practice to do exactly that. There's a couple elements to that. All the things that I just aforementioned, we can start doing without any address of the pharmacology. Okay. When we get to a point, there's different stages in helping people change. It falls under motivational interviewing, which comes from addiction treatment and therapy. And you try to walk with them. Say, do you want to be off this? Great. What do you need from me to help you? What do you need to make this happen? And then support them in that. Because again, I can't poop for them.
Absolutely.
They've got to want it and do it, because that's something I cannot do.
But do you promote the benefits of that pretty
aggressively?
Yes, courageously, aggressively, yes.
I ask people, how's that working for you? The old Dr. Phil question. How's that working for you?
And generally they've made it to you, so probably not that well.
That's a good assumption. They get an answer for themselves. Some say, well, I'm very safe. I feel secure on them. And they're like, man, I don't. I've gained weight. And, honestly, most of the people that I've seen that have gotten off are like, I didn't like what it did to me, so I stopped taking it. I wouldn't promote that. And I would suggest that they make sure their prescribing doctor knows that. But most people don't like the side effects. I mean, we've all seen commercials, right? The warnings are almost longer than the promotion.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and libido being huge, not even just sexually, but I mean, that has to affect your emotional intimacy with all relationships.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that is, to me, that is one of the number one things I hear with SSRIs.
Yeah. I've heard and seen that too. So, with that, a lot of times we start to do chem panels. Look at their internal biology. Let's do a checkup with your doctor. Let's check testosterone, especially you look at firefighter or operator syndrome. There's endocrinological challenges, part of which you get adrenal burnout because of the high pace of adrenaline dumps all the time. And so there needs to be endocrine support. That means typically testosterone is low. I think so at 52 years old, the scale of testosterone is 100 to 1100, and I should have been in the 5, 6, 7s. I was very healthy, and I should have been there, and I was 120. And the VA said, well, you're within the parameters, so we're not going to treat you.
Yeah.
So you have to start looking at other alternatives. And that's what's sad. I will speak about the VA system is they're so regimented and almost antiquated behind the certainly behind the cutting edge and maybe halfway down the shaft, right? Yeah. There's things that we could do to help people, ultimately to not end their lives, but certainly to have a better flourishing life. And they're not doing it because it's very bureaucratic. And every VA is different. KCVA is going to be different from Joplin, which will be different from Springfield, which will be different from St. Louis and from Denver. And the inconsistency is just it's personality of each place, but they're losing it because they're so huge. It's the second or largest budget in the U.S.
The VA?
The VA.
Wow, and unfortunately the common consensus is people are not satisfied with their care.
You know why they're not satisfied?
Please tell me.
Because they don't feel seen, soothed, safe, and secure at the VA. That's it.
Do you have a relationship with the VA currently?
I do.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
It's traumatizing.
Yeah. Do they?
People don't feel seen, soothed, safe, secure. It's very hard. Like I just, my shoulders are very bad, and I'm starting to get to a point where I need to do some medicinal analgesia for it again. And so it took. Everything's the lowest bidder. So it took me literally 5 minutes to go through a triple level of identification, verification, just so I could get on, just so I could write, hey, my shoulders are hurting again. Could I get a renewal of my diclofenac prescription? Send. It took me 5 minutes to send an email that I could have sent in 22 seconds if I could just use some form of open communication. And so that's part of the frustration. And then to see the response, I'm going to have to go back in there and do the same thing again. We're used to, and we're spoiled. There was this thing called the U.S. mail. You had to wait months for a response. Now I'm like, gosh, it takes 5 minutes to open up this letter and read it, right? But that's part of the problem. The other part, and the community care has improved things quite a bit. They came from the Trump 1 administration. But it's also very challenging. I mean, I got my last shoulder surgery through the community care. KCOI, which was Dr. Stumpf fantastic job, but my body has gotten to a point of non-viability that it failed, not because of his work, but because of the condition of my body. But he did a great job, an incredible job. They call him Dr. Smiley or Dr. Grinny, or Grins is what they call him. He's a real nice guy. But that has helped quite a bit. But when you go in the system, the majority of the time, it feels like the DMV.
That's not a good sign.
You're there to appease them, not them there to serve you.
Yikes.
And so you're not being seen, soothed, safe, secure. You lose your autonomy, and you don't feel, valued. And that's what most of the people I know. Has it gotten better? Yes, it has. Right? It is. There's two things that need to be improved: the system, for sure, the people. The government has a way of taking somebody who is sweeping floors 1 year, and 3 years later they're managing a patient case as a clerk. Not because they're trained, but because they're promoted within the system. They may not be skilled, but they get privilege because they're in the system. That's not the best person for the job. Or I should say, is it the best person for the job? If they're getting the best person for the job, it would improve things. Okay? I think we've spent a lot of groaning on the VA. Yeah. I will tell you, I know people that get incredible service through the VA, and I would like to see everybody get that. So there's a place called NICO, National Institute of Excellence. And it's up in Bethesda, and it's run by a civilian company, so it's outsourced. And they go and they look at their protocols. So a friend of mine who's local wants to run this pilot locally and then hopefully start creating these locally, which will not only help veterans. He's running it for firefighter on a test, and I'll tell you why. He quoted something. I'm going to try to remember the numbers, but he can run 40 people through for like $2.5 million. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. You know how much it would save the insurance company?
Billions.
$44 million.
Wow.
That's a pretty good reduction in expense.
That's an incredible reduction.
Yeah. Reduce your expense to a tenth of what it was, less than a tenth,
and
5%.
Maybe more effective.
That absolutely,
which is the most important part.
Which is a bigger part and not fully actualized all the way out. Because if you have healthier people, you get them healthier faster. They're going to be healthier later.
Yeah,
which benefits everybody, right? So that's modeled after the National Institute of Excellence. So as I want to give kudos to a couple of people. There's a guy in the SEAL teams. His name was Dan Cirillo. They call him Taco because he was a contractor, and everybody gets a call sign when you're a contractor. By the way, I'm going to send condolences out to the family of Glenn Doherty, known as Bub, and Tyrone Woods. He was Roni. If you've seen Benghazi, 13 hours.
Yeah.
So I was at them. I knew them at SEAL Team 3, and they perished serving our country. And my condolences still. I don't think we need to, I don't think we should ever forget this. The great cost that's extended for our liberties, our freedoms to be safe and flourish. And that's why my preferred pronoun is we, right? So I love the way Sean Ryan promotes Bub stuff. It's a good benevolence. So NICO is the example. If we could recreate NICOs across the nation, it would benefit not just veterans, but firefighters and police officers. So in there, they do an intake, complete intake, blood work, biome. Our gut biome is really important. Our food that we eat is very important. I know people that have gone to the Virginia High Performance Institute and spent a month out there with doing diet, sleeps monitored, but they stopped their life for a month. Not everybody could do that. I don't know that I could do that right now, or anytime in the foreseeable future. However, they go out there and they get their bodies working right again and rehabilitated, and they come out in an incredible condition and motivation. Challenges continuing that, and that actually takes community, because like a buddy of mine went through it and he came back and he's backslid some because there's nobody around to help him keep that track up. He's a very talented and motivated guy. So there's a lot of different things. So we've kind of started with psychotherapy and the things that spin off psychotherapy, including the Healthy Mind Platter and sleep and pharmacology. Then we talk about the therapies: yoga, mindfulness, restricted environmental stress, or restricted environmental stimuli tanks, ETMS, which in the state of Missouri, are you familiar with this?
Yeah, we are a little bit. We've had some friends that have done it.
Have you done it?
I have not. Yeah, I'd love to try it. We also know a guy who I think is going to open up a clinic in Texas, and he's being trained right now here for it. So I've heard nothing but great things about it. And obviously Drew is heavily involved in it as well.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Love that guy. So ETMS stands for EEG-driven transcranial magnetic stimulation. Basically, EEG measures your brain, kind of maps your brain, and then the neurologist and the technicians using Wave Neuro technology is the company. Use a magnet, and it's placed in the forefront of your head, and you sit back in a lounge chair for about 20 minutes. And it does intermittent pulse of magnetic energy. And I've seen a guy, we've had a number of people in our Shield Bears group in Camp David go through it. I've gone through it. It helped my sleep for a while, anxiety, but like me, anything we're doing is worth overdoing. Moderation's for cowards, so my anxiety and load's up again. But a lot of people have done it and done it many different times. I will tell you, this is a public service announcement for anybody in Missouri, which is a veteran, law enforcement, firefighter, paramedic, right, and their families. Go to etmsmissouri.com, etmsmissouri.com. It is free $99. Let me repeat the price, free $99. This is a public service. It's been provided by our legislation for the greater good of our society. Couldn't agree more, okay? And it actually, and so they can use it for families too, trauma, anxiety, sleep, depression. TMS is also being used for autism spectrum disorder. And so there's some opportunities out there. The technicians that I know in Missouri, they have one in North Kansas City, out in Lee Summit, Gladstone, Lake St. Louis. Anthony Larson's out there that are great. A lot of them veterans. The management of that system is going to change hands, and I think that's for the better, because I know the people that are moving toward the leadership and the administration of that, and they're very dedicated, caring, gifted, many of them veterans or law enforcement, first responders, like Drew. Drew's working as a technician there. So ETMS is a modality, and cold plunge, right? IR room, sauna, all these things that help the overall health are helping the mental health. So mind, we talk about people being heart, mind, soul, strength. So mind, body, spirit, all these are interconnected. You deal with one, it's going to affect all of them. So if you deal with the body, it's going to affect the mind, the psychology, the biology, right? Same thing. We are now getting into another realm of treatments that are coming online called Psychedelic-Assisted Psychotherapy. What do you know about that?
Oh, man, I can't wait to talk to you about this. I wanted to make sure we didn't forget IB Gang.
Here we go.
So our first show we ever did was with a guy whose name is Daniel Harkins, and he is a mycologist. So he's actually lobbied for some bills, not anything recently because there's been some strongholds and some holdups, but with psilocybin. But he does a lot of work more on the on that side. He has a lot of information about ibogaine, DMT, those kind of things as well. But his main forte is mushrooms, and he was in the Marines and basically fixed his PTSD from an experience that he had, not even with the intention of using it medicinally. So I'll let you speak on whatever you want to speak on, obviously, but when you said ibogaine, my biggest question I wanted to ask you is that, do you have a preference in why they're pushing ibogaine over psilocybin? And I also want to know what you think about ketamine as far as why it's been kind of the front runner and the only available psychedelic currently in Missouri. A lot there, but...
Absolutely, and this is part of the reason. So on Monday, I get to speak to a panel in the Missouri legislation. So a council, committee who is looking at legislation that has been put forward. And I forget all the sponsors of the bill. I could probably pull it up on my phone if you want to. But there is a bill in the Missouri House to promote, to fund investigative research with ibogaine, with veterans with PTSD, utilizing funding from, I think I mentioned this, from the settlement from the opioid epidemic settlement. Okay, so this is fashioned after Texas. If you look at Governor Rick Perry, he got a bill passed down in Texas to fund it with $50 million from the same settlement, the opioid epidemic, and they're using $50 million to use ibogaine to treat PTSD in veterans investigatively, so to garner more research. So there's some research going on with a number of different, MDMA is one of them, psilocybin is one of them. There's an organization that was really pushing one of two of those and thought that they were going to get it through, but then it was discovered their science wasn't as sound as they promoted it to be, so it got pushed back a little bit, didn't get passed. The reason ibogaine is the front runner is because there's a professor, Dr. Nolan Williams in Stanford, took, I want to say, 34 Tier 1 operators, functional MRI scan, blood work, everything else. So these are SEAL Team 6 guys, okay? Marcus Capone, people, again, I mentioned in Waves and War. And they sent them to a clinic in Mexico where they did a heroic dose of ibogaine. Ibogaine comes from the iboga tree in Africa. It's the bark of it. And it is a psychedelic. It's very strong. It's considered to be the granddaddy of psychedelics. They do that treatment on a Friday night, which is about a 12-hour treatment. It's different for everybody. Sometimes I was still giraffe-legged at about 5 p.m. on Saturday.
So you've done it.
What? Who said that? You say that, Jack? You say that? Don't wave the...
Do we need to cut that out?
I have gone through the treatment, yeah.
Wow.
And on Sunday, they do the 5-MeO DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the toad or bufo.
Intravenously, or do you smoke it?
No, it is inhaled.
Okay. Sorry.
And again, being the son of a liar who tried a man for drug distribution in the 70s, I'm like, what have I gotten myself into? So the ibogaine, in about 30% of the journeys, not a trip, they're a journey into the depths of the soul and into the ethosphere. I had one of our guys, I've worked with about 20 different people that have gone through this treatment. Life-changing. Absolutely. And one of the guys said, because you take the medicine, you go lay down in a very low light room with music, and you put on a mask. You've got an EKG and an IV going because it does have cardiac challenges. And they had, like when I went down there in the clinic he went to, they have board-trained cardiologist in the next room with a crash cart. Okay.
Really?
Nurses, like 4 nurses on staff. There's a lot of emesis with this, so vomiting. And so they're tending to the people Alton grant through Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. So Victor Echo Tango Solutions.org. VET Solutions.org. I was able to get a grant to get treated myself. And I went down about 8 months later. My exploration was dark. I had to challenge a wolf and a little demon that looked like the demon that you see in the Passion of the Christ when the kids are tormenting Judas and the little kid turns into this old, bald, sharp-toothed demon. Same one. And I didn't get much more. I didn't get a lot of visuals. It was definitely like a wave of relaxation, kind of overwhelming, and very, very light visuals. And then went into this exploration, and that's what I didn't come out of the Ibogaine with much resolution. It was 3 years ago, so 57, a little older. So my body wasn't as resilient as some of the younger guys who were much more fit, like guys who were, 20, 30, 40s. And I was like, okay, did some processing, did some journaling, kind of made notes. It was effective, but not as profound. Sunday, you do the 5-MeO DMT. It is in a very casual, peaceful room. You're on a mattress on the floor. There are people to your left, right, and at your head. They create the vapor and you inhale it through a pipe. I felt like I was smoking crack, and continued with trust. And the first dose is what they call handshake, and you feel this incredible relaxation and euphoria, like you're sinking into the bed. And you come out of it, and you have the choice to say more, just like you do, fingers together like babies do. And you do a second and a third dose. When I did the second and third dose, I went into, you've seen Star Wars where they go into warp speed and all the lights or all the dots become lines. It was something like that. And I met Jesus face to face. I've been building a relationship with him for 29 years now. I know who it was because I put my hands in his wounds. I saw the scars on his hands. And he said, I know I've called you to a hard journey. Just follow me. What I know now, as I said, we discover our lives by living it forward and looking backward, is part of what he meant is this endeavor to service humanity through Camp David and Shield Bearers. We're taking on evil. Because when people go out and fight evil, evil will try to stick with them and torment them. And I can tell you, I know at least out of the 39 people that we've served so far, we're in the middle of a cohort right now. I know at least 5 people who are alive. They've come to me directly and said, I'm alive because of this community. And that's what he meant. And there's a lot of hard shit going on in my life. My marriage is in great stress and looking terminal, disrupted relationship with my children, a lot of difficulty in mechanical things like 2 different cars with a lot of expense to them, a lot of challenge getting things cleared out of my life and cleared away. My sister has cancer, my neighbor, whom I love like a father, cancer, pancreatic cancer. It feels very Jobian, but I'm also very committed, and I believe that I had to have that anchor of very powerful personal message to keep me going every day, sometimes moment by moment. And yet I'm able to do it, and I know I'm able to still serve the people, because when I step into that role, something outside of me, which has always been the case, I believe when good work is done, in my experience, something outside of me greater than me is doing the work. Because I can't do work inside people. It has to happen. This is a metaphysical thing. So yes, I've had an experience with Ibogaine.
Did you ever question your faith before that point?
Did I question my faith before doing Ibogaine?
Before you had the...
Absolutely. We're supposed to question our faith.
In a different way? Like, did you have a higher altitude of doubting? I mean, you had such a profound experience that it would almost seem that the normal doubts that some people have when they have the issues that you've just described might really beat them up about whether their faith system is real. And I think those doubts are very common. And now you've just had this insane experience.
Yeah.
Was there a resolution to any of the doubts that you were having from that? Or have you always had a very strong system in place?
So I've been working on my God's been working on my relationship with Jesus for 29 years now. It is like food. You eat it, you feel strong. You work it, you feel stronger. You eat, you feel stronger. And there's times you don't feel as strong. In this very heavy season, I've had times that I did not feel strong. Times where I just had to be still and believe and keep walking. Even now. And that's okay. People struggling with that need to know that's okay. I was listening to a podcast, Wes Huff on Sean Ryan, and he's saying the same God who wrote, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," also wrote in the next psalm, my God, why have you forsaken me?" And both of them are praise. Both of them are earnest turning toward the divine creator that created beautiful, unique, divine, irreplaceable masterpieces in each human being. And we have to hold on to that. So right now, there's a song by Brandon Lake called "Don't You Give Up on Me." Highly recommend people listen to that. In this trial, the cream has really risen to the top. Tim McGraw sang a song, "You Find Out Who Your Friends Are." That's exactly what's happening. You find out the people who will accept you for the imperfect, beautiful, unique, divine, irreplaceable masterpiece you are, and walk through the valley with you. So there's a great quote by Hemingway, and I'd like to read it. It's a little, because this is important to the recovery, and this is why pardon me while Hemingway.
Do you want to read off the big screen? Do you know what the quote's called?
I can send it to you. This is if you, oh man. Yeah, so this is a quote. No, it's not on this one. Can I airdrop it to you?
Yeah.
So
There, it should be up.
it says it doesn't see. Oh, like JR's Mac. Code required. It's a one-time code.
852449.
Okay. So, recently, did you find that you pulled?
No, I see you on my airdrop right now.
Okay. So it's moving along. So, in some of my journeys, because I've done more than one journey with different compounds, I've done psilocybin with DMT, so it was a synthetic DMT. So the one I did in what I call South San Diego, which is a little further than Tijuana, it's legal down there.
Oh, here we go.
Great, yeah. So whenever you're ready to pull that up, so with the psilocybin and the DMT, I heard the urging, write the book, because I have been given the information and the motivation to write a book that I call Shield Bearers, that is about our discussion today and more. Okay. I've just been distracted by some of the aforementioned challenges right now.
I can understand.
So if you want to fight a good fight, you will know that you will be resisted. It's just going to happen, right? You've gone into the ring. You didn't expect powder puff gloves, did you?
Oh, that'd been nice, but no.
No, it wouldn't. You would have no pride in that.
That's true.
Right?
Absolutely, which is part of the reason you go in.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to go in and go under the stress and the challenge, right? But it's worth it. Okay.
All right.
So thank you for putting this up. So in our darkest moments, we don't need solutions or advice. What we yearn for is simply human connection, a quiet presence, a gentle touch. These small gestures are the anchors that hold us steady when life feels like too much. Please don't try to fix me. Don't take on my pain or push away my shadows. Just sit beside me as I work through my own inner storms. Be the steady hand I can reach for as I find my way. My pain is mine to carry, my battles mine to face. But your presence reminds me I'm not alone in this vast, sometimes frightening world. It's a quiet reminder that I am worthy of love even when I feel broken. So in those dark hours when I lose my way, will you just be here, not as a rescuer, but as a companion? Hold my hand until dawn arrives, helping me remember my strength. Your silent support is the most precious gift you can give. It's a love that helps me remember who I am, even when I forget. How does that impact you?
That impacts me currently with my journey to seek Christ. I had an experience where I did allegedly some ketamine, and then it wasn't until about 3 weeks later. I was raised Catholic, so there was like a large disdain and, a large fight and a lot of disbelief and a lot of that's bullshit. And then all of a sudden I just had this weird blanket of doubt that was just lifted off of me. And very cliche to say, but I think I can't help it. But I think, Charlie's death had a lot to do with it, if I'm being quite honest.
Okay.
So all that and more with the experience I had, to me, that just speaks that you can't always blame God and Jesus, and you have to see the further light down the road. I I'm very weary all the time about if I'm on the right path. And I know that I need to be more content with not knowing because it's hard to know. Mr. Walt Disney.
That tells me that you're probably in the right posture. Somebody asked me the other day, do you think God really won't give you more than you can handle? And I said, no, I don't think that's true. I mean, it's nice to think about most of the time. It's, I don't know if there's a biblical reference to that or not, but I believe when there's more than I can handle, I'm forced to lean into the invitation, come to me, all you heavy and weary laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I'm humble and lowly of heart. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. And what makes it easy and light is his presence. We're not alone. I was hearing Sean Ryan. I'd love to have a conversation with Sean Ryan on this very thing, spiritual. So I was listening to Sean Ryan on the way down today, and he said, what does it mean to turn it over to God? And it's simple. You want to drink? You turn your attention, speak out loud. God, I know this isn't good for me, but right now I really want to drink. I need some help in this. Right? Watch what happens. Right now, so my wife is beautiful. She's alluring. And there are times I just really want that beauty and comfort. Warm, soft, open. And there are times it's not appropriate. Make sense? My life before my embracing the invitation to live life with Christ, I didn't hesitate to move toward the warm, soft, open embrace of females. And I was wrong in a lot of cases, most. But if I had said, I really want this, but this isn't mine. I'm not married to this woman. I'm not committed to keep her safe and guided and provided, to be, right, the strong parameters protecting her. That's what it means, right? What does it mean when I don't feel like going on? When I don't want to get out of bed? It means I tell him I don't want to get out of bed. And he says, okay, take Toby for a walk. Toby's my dog. Hope you meet him someday. He's become my therapy dog. Most people have fallen in love with him. So, one of the things I try to do is I have a list of people that I know if I ever needed them at any hour. I'm lucky. So if you have 3 people that you can call at 3 a.m., you've done a good job developing relationships with depth and true character. I feel like I have more than that. And there are times I will just practice gratitude, and I will go down the list and thank them for my friend Jeremy. Thank them for Steve Viola, who's in the SEAL teams. Thank him for Scott King. Thanks for Brett Holder. Thanks for Todd Miller, who used to call me Satan, by the way, when I was an instructor. Did we talk about that?
We didn't. But I have a very, very strong feeling there's going to be a part 2, 3, and 4. I didn't even get to the copper bracelets.
Really?
I didn't.
Well, we got time, but
let's hit it. Let's hit it real quick, and then we'll bring it home. Unless you have more you want to say.
Well, I think it's probably best the copper bracelets are just, I believe that they help with arthritis. That's it. Yeah. And I made these. I did construction for a while, and I love electrical, and I love copper, and I love wood. And so I built some stuff out of both. So let's finish talking about the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, because there's about 8 different compounds, and they're all different, right? They have a different effect. Sometimes they're grouped into head medicine and heart medicine.
Okay.
So ibogaine is definitely a head medicine. 5-MeO-DMT is definitely a heart medicine.
Will you differentiate those for us? The heart versus head?
I don't know if I can. The head is really the thought world, right? The ego. And when the heart is involved, so there's a couple different phases when it comes to psychedelics. There's some great references. One is How to Change Your Mind by Michael Pollan. It is both a book, which is rather long, and a Netflix series, How to Change Your Mind by Michael Pollan. Another one is called Fantastic Fungi, again, on Netflix. The first is, I think, 4 or 5 episodes. The last is 1. And then In Waves and War. And they go into that and describe it. The first thing that happens is a wave of euphoria. And then it becomes so big, you're like, oh shit, what have I gotten myself into? And you just have to give over to it, especially when there's a lot of visuals. Visuals really can bring a big wave on people. And that's the death of ego. And then there's a relaxation into it. And then there's a realization of the connectivity of all organic matter. Those curtains behind you are organic. They have matter. They have material. They have chemoelectric activity, no matter how small it is. So does the ground. They talk about grounding. Our bodies do. Our bodies have electricity flowing through it all the time, right? And when that, and this wasn't as profound for me, but this is through studies. There's something called the Mystical Experience Survey. You might find that, Jack, if you can, Mystical Experience Survey. And it becomes ineffable. You can't describe it. It's like describing love, right? I got a funny story. I asked my mom when I was like 12, Mom, I heard the word orgasm. What's an orgasm? She goes, it is a wonderful, incredible experience you get when you're with the person you love. She was right, right? And a little bit shy of the truth.
Yeah, not a total lie.
Not a total lie. My mom's beautiful. So things are ineffable. You can't describe it. And there's something very interesting when you're in the exploration. You might see something, and then you try to look at it, and it will morph into something else totally different. It's almost like life. You can't look at it directly, which is how correlation to the divine. That's mystical psychosis. Really?
What was it called again?
Mystical Experience Survey.
Mystical Experience Survey.
So those are 3 of the 5, and the ineffability and the connectivity and empathy for all things. And you hear quote-unquote hippies talking about love, man, just love everybody. We're all connected. Well, there's a truth to it, okay? There's a truth to it. Matter is the common denominator, and God is the beginning of all matter. And this is where it gets very big. A lot of people will find themselves, whether physically, visually, or in sense, in the depth of their soul, feel in the presence of God. And when... Yeah, MEQ, Mystical Experience Questionnaire. I said that wrong. So, yeah, there you go. So if you scroll down and get the questions, freedom from limitations, personal self, unity bond, experience of pure being, experience of oneness, experience of fusion of personal self, a larger whole, unity with ultimate reality, experience of eternity or affinity, unity with objects or persons perceived, all is one, living presence in all things, insightful knowledge at an intuitive level, know and see what is real at some point. 12, convicted. You were convinced now that you look back at your spirits and encountered ultimate reality, saw what was really happening. Sense of being spiritual, height, reverence, profoundly sacred and holy, amazement, gentleness, tranquility, ecstasy, awesomeness, joy, lost sense of time, lost sense of space, lost awareness of where you were, being outside of time, beyond past and future, being in a realm with no space boundaries, experience of timelessness. So ineffability is a sense that the experience cannot be described adequately in words, feeling you could not do justice to your experience by describing it in words. It would be difficult to communicate your experience to others. Okay. So that's the MEQ. Thank you for that good work, Jack. So a lot of times what happens is people will engage a younger self, and as their current aged self will be able to go back and engage the younger self and give the younger self what it needed and did not get. This is called reparentification. Or relieve, so give them what they did not get, like neglect, or protect them from what they got and did not deserve, abuse. Okay. So mystical experience can happen a number of different ways. It doesn't just happen with psychedelics. You can do it with holotropic breathing, sweat lodges, fasting, a number of different ways. And throughout time, people have recorded this. Psychedelics, which means mind manifesting, facilitates it. And again, it's a medicine. It's sacred. I believe that, so going back to the garden narrative, they ate of the fruit and their eyes were opened. I actually believe, I've developed the belief that what happened is their eyes actually became myopic instead of true focus. When you look at near-death experiences, people say when they see God, when they're in presence of God, they can see everybody and through everybody. They can see perfectly right in front of their nose and 100 miles away. And that says to me that there's a different vision that's unfettered by what in Christianity they call the flesh. Others might call it ego. And I think what happens is we begin to lose our myopia, which is nearsightedness, and see what's real out there. You are never ceasing image-bearing spiritual being. You're just wrapped in a testosterone-driven sack of guts. Most of us just look at the sack of guts. Whatever I have is not my fault. I think for a long time I've had the ability to see the child in the person. And that's what we need to be looking for. Instead of the 30-year-old who's on trial for murder. Why did he murder? What was he afraid of? What was missing in his life, maybe for 30 years, that caused him to have such fear? So we talk about psychedelics, and you asked a question about ketamine. Ketamine is the only, I always get the schedules reversed. I want to say Schedule 1 drug, which means it has medicinal effect. It's a sedative, a dissociative. You use it on the rigs, paramedic rigs.
Yeah.
Right? But it is a psychedelic. Okay? And in so doing, somebody else mentioned something that was actually psychedelic. I forget what it was. But it was a common drug. So it's one, and it's legal. Okay? It's synthesized. I personally, I've never done it. It's certainly been abused. Because it's synthesized, I'm less likely to be attracted to it. It's addictive, as we know. But ibogaine is not. You do ibogaine, your soul gets wretched for 12 hours. You're like, why would I do that right again? Hey, Mike Tyson kicked me in the jimmies for 12 hours. No thanks, right? So the other one, psilocybin, It's decriminalized in, I think, 12 states right now. So a lot of people are establishing clinics. There's one up in Washington by an NHL player who's running them up there. They're expensive. They're like $5,000 for, like, you go out there for kind of a weekend day and you're 6 hours under the medicine and you do some integration diet. And the ones in Mexico are the ones that I know, Ambio and the Mission Within, Dr. Martin Polanco. They are run professionally, ethically, and beautifully. The ones that vets go to, they do a little longer. Well, they'll do sweat lodge and fasting and a lot more of that. You want to fast before you do Ibogaine because anything in there is coming up. Yeah, I fasted for like 36 hours.
Oh, wow.
Which is, if you want to get a taste, do fast. Fasting's healthy for us. Do your research and do some fasting. You can gain some clarity on things you have no control over. So psilocybin, I think psilocybin is a good medicine. Psilocybin with DMT. I said in one of our spheres, competence, worth, lovability. One of our questions is, am I worthy? Am I good enough? Right? And in one of my DMT treatments, worthy out of the mouth of God, the voice of God, for 15 minutes, worthy, worthy, worthy. That was all I needed, to hear the Father say, worthy. Worthy of what? His love. And the problem is that every human being is challenged by that belief because of how unworthy we're treated by humanity, because they see the flesh and not the, right, spiritual being. I think this medicine could be profound for humanity if done sacredly. Humans always screw things up.
We have a tendency.
Yeah, which is, that can't stop us. Just like we talked about society. Society is getting more and more vulgar. We can't stop loving people. Making sure I am healthy and well to go out to love people. That's going to change the world. Imagine if everybody in the world took a deep breath before they said anything.
We'd be much more functional as a society.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Imagine if everybody sought to love and serve everybody else. People go, that's utopian. Yeah, it's the way things ought to be. According to the narrative I believe in, that's the way things were supposed to be. But our ego, our selfishness, caused corruption. So we're dealing with the corruption, and part of the corruption is this medicine. So there's about 8 different compounds. Why is ibogaine the one we're pushing right now? Because we have research on it, and we also know that. So an ibogaine DMT treatment, one treatment, 85% of the opioid addicts are cured. One treatment.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible numbers.
96% after 2 treatments.
Hate to be the guy that's got to go back for a second, though.
Well, like on the podcast, Wind Waves, like Marcus Capone has done it 4 or 5 times. DJ Shipley did his 3rd time on there. Matty Roberts did his 1st. And he saw the little child that was scared of the world. It was powerful. Watch it. Profound stuff. So the other thing that's really, really accessible, and it's part of the treatment, is a stellate ganglion block. SGB, stellate ganglion block. It's local anesthetic. I actually just got one yesterday, by a provider. Local anesthetic, guided by ultrasound. It touches the stellate ganglion, which is attached to the vagus nerve, And what it does is it takes the tension, energy, allostatic load off of the nervous system. And it's kind of like morphine for a broken femur. It reduces the pain so you can set the bone. It is a transient treatment. It won't stay around forever. It is something to aid. If it works, some people it works really well, really quickly. And if it works anywhere from a month to 6 months. But in so doing, what happens is it gives us the courage to go in and get our hands in the wheelbarrow and deal with the BS and clean it up. Make sense?
Makes sense.
And that's only part of the story.
Oh. We really need the second part.
We're going to, but I gave you that segue opportunity. So I just want to say, if people want to know more about this, camp-david.org. You see it on my shirt.
Yeah, and we'll put it in the description.
camp-david.org. If you want to reach me personally, Walt at camp-david.org. If you have donors, we need people that know technology, graphics, art. What? I found out James likes to do 3D printing and graphics, right? Yeah. That's so cool. So my bump stops on my truck that I just put a lift on, they 3D printed it. Yeah. Oh, super cool. Yeah, super cool. So camp-david.org. Also, there's an option. You can go on your phone and dial pound 250. And the gentleman that owns that, and I've dropped his name, and I apologize. I met him in Outlaw Cigar. It was fantastic, right? And so pound 250 and say the words Camp David. And what it'll do is text you a link to our webpage for donation. Or you can navigate to anything else from there again. Pound 250 Camp David. It'll send you a link to it. So, and again, Drew's...
The Headquarters Foundation.
The Headquarters Foundation.
Yeah. I think drop the. I think it's just Headquarters Foundation.
Okay.
We'll put it all in there again.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And etmsmissouri.com.
etmsmissouri.com. Yeah. Free for first responders, fire police,
and
their family,
and veterans and their families.
And their families,
yeah.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also going to make a pitch right now. I don't know how long it'll take you to produce this and disseminate it, but contact your Missouri legislation, senators, do some research, study the bill that's up there to allocate $50 million. I think it's $50 million.
You had the bill pulled up, didn't you? Yeah. The name of it? Yeah.
Allocating money to do research with veterans using ibogaine to treat PTSD. This is foundational, not only for the veterans and the mercy upon them to heal their PTSD, but to lay the framework so we can utilize this in a broader way, like addictions, like inmates in prisons, like society as a whole, trauma. This is a humanitarian effort, so please research that bill. What bill number is it? Senate Bill 1581, SB 1581, Rusty Black, companion House Bill 2961, sponsored by Representative Richard West. Identical measures collectively known as the Veterans Mental Health Innovation Act. Excellent. Veterans Mental Health Innovation Act. Look those up and talk to them. Send them communications and just tell them, send them a post on Facebook, hashtag them. Tell them to take a look at this and act judiciously. This is a humanitarian thing, not just for veterans, okay? So
well, look at the opioid crisis as well.
Absolutely.
Just to reiterate that point, the 85% in one and 92 or 94 in two treatments.
Yeah,
we are
96
in an
two
opioid
treatments.
crisis, and that's
so. How many opioid addicts are in the state of Missouri? Well, that you got the Google power, brother. Yeah. So opioid addicts in the state of Missouri, 2026. It'll give me an estimate, but look at this. We're going to wrap up in this. Oh, that's so fast.
103,000 Missouri residents aged 12 or older have had an opiate use disorder just this year.
Okay. 96% of that is not hard to calculate. It's about 97,000 people that you can relieve from that malady. That is incredible.
Yeah.
You know how much that would cost insurance companies? If you know anybody in insurance companies, get them to lobby the Missouri State Senate and representatives, because that will save them 20-fold that number. Treatment for that, it'll save them 20-fold that. Right? That's some persuasive numbers. So that's what's on the podcast. And Noah, I can't thank you enough. It's been a pleasure getting to know you.
Mr. Walt Disney, you're a very beautiful person, and I appreciate all the vulnerability and the information. I feel like so grateful and thankful for you to spend 3-4 hours here. I mean, it's not every day that you get the opportunity to talk to somebody as intelligent as you and as willing as you to do this. Thank you for your service to our United States of America.
Will you receive something?
I will, but don't forget, thank you for what you're doing currently. As you know, I told you a little bit about the program I'm in, and you're doing something somewhat similar. Yeah. And it really means a lot to me on a personal level and to my family, that's first responders.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, thank you so much, man.
Yeah. I want to offer this to you. So I receive your acknowledgement of the gifts I've been given. It's not my fault. I'm just trying to love a precious and broken world. And I hope that you come and join our community. It's a good follow-on for what you guys are doing. I tell anybody who tells me thank you for your service that you're worth it. You're worth it.
Well, you're absolutely worthy of me telling you that tenfold. And I will absolutely reciprocate you taking the time to do this with entertaining that opportunity that you've graciously given me.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
Absolutely.
You're the best, man.
Jack, thanks so much. You're a friend, too, now, it feels like. Yeah. We've had a good time. For sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. He's the best looking one, just by the way.
Yeah, he definitely is. Right on. All right, well, until the next one, because we're definitely got to get you back also.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on Solve4y with Walt Disney today. Come back and see more.
Peace
out.
Nice.